morning, camper. Might even say the Darby camp. I wouldn't say that. Listen, U.S. Corp. All I'm saying is that I want you to take a gun, put it to my face. Where is this goddamn crap? Oh my god. It cannot be far, by definition. It's right here somewhere. In over here. Oh my god, where is this stupid thing? I got an interesting question recently. Someone was watching me do the terrible Hinterlands quests. I was like, hey, Lore. Yeah, maybe it's inside. Hang on, let's go back inside here. I thought about that twice here. Hang on. Anything in here? Oh, here we go. Great camera. Right there. So someone asked me an interesting question. So we're going to compare WoW twice before we start not comparing WoW for a while, okay? So don't start the timer yet, okay? World of Warcraft, World of Warcraft, World of Warcraft. Okay, there we go. If you say it 3 times in the mirror, it summons Ian to do terrible game design. Anyway, sorry, that's a joke, that's a joke. Alright, so... Someone asked me, what's worse, Troll Ears quests or this garbage? The thing I'm doing right now, ironically. Fly around in a small area looking for one stupid thing that's hidden somewhere. In other words, what's worse, bad or boring, as usual? This tends to be a common question when it comes to my show. You've got to be freaking kidding me with this garbage. There's nowhere else to look. There's nowhere else to look! I really hope not. That's the person who gave me the quest. So what I'm doing is I'm checking etherometer readings because stupid padding. Oh, yep. I mean, I'd totally hug some Moogles after I murder them. No items, no. What I'm looking for, there's 3 things on the ground. They're little sparkly spots. You know what they look like. I interact with them, and hey, quest progress. I've got 2 of 3. And... okay, let's see if we can find something. So Gamerscape did not help me on this. Let's try Reddit. And the FF14 wiki while we're at it. Nope. And nope. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, okay. Okay. Got chords. On the bad wiki, no less. I've decided to call Gamerscape the bad wiki from now on. Alright, so. Where are we? So, 7.4 inches right here. And then 18.4 is right here. I'm pretty sure I got that one because that's right here. Okay, so I got that one. 8.5 and 19.2. So 8.5. I suppose this is the benefit of this type of quest. At the very least, you can just look up where the damn things are. Okay, so I'm guessing I got that one, because there's nothing here. Means 8.6 and 18.1 has to be it. 18.1 is to the north. Oh, for God's sakes! High five. There! This quest so goddamn much. I hate all of them. I hate everything. This game is the worst game ever made in the history of the ever. So, believe it or not, I'm not just doing this to waste time, because I kind of want to talk about the As Law quests, and I have a speech prepared. And you're probably thinking, oh, this is the other thing where WoW comes up, and you're right. But it's actually not inspired by WoW, as strange as that may sound. You might be thinking, it's totally relevant to WoW, and you're right. But no, it's actually inspired by Star Trek Discovery, so very minor spoilers for Star Trek Discovery Season 4. And when I say very minor, I mean very minor. So if you don't want to hear that, this is a good time to bow out. Okay, here's the spoilers. You ready for it? There's a big plot twist in Star Trek Discovery Season 4. Probably. That's the twist. Okay, got that out of the way. That's not the relevant part. Something I've been noticing a lot more lately is fiction's tendency to shuffle around the skeleton of narrative construction to its detriment. Dragon, you moron. You've literally never fought a dragon before. Oh my god, you're a dragoon! Hi, Pillow Bible. So, narrative construction. I talked a lot about that, but I usually use vague terms. Mostly because it's kind of hard to go into details and specifics without taking too long to really discuss it. But if we were to actually sit down and go into details, and it's still down? It's still down? There's no more down. There's no more down. God, I hate these goddamn quests. Is there a down here? Of course there are. Why would there? Why would there be a down? That would make too much sense. Okay, fine. Fine. We'll go down! Goddamn game. Hate this game. Alright, so. What was I saying? Skeletons. This is actually tied into a lot of writing advice I tend to be asked / give on a regular basis. So one of the things I most often advise people is when you're sitting down and writing, after you've got your core idea, after you've got a vague, general idea of what you want to write, you map out the skeleton. So what do I mean by the skeleton? Let's use a specific example that's relatively easy to use. Star Wars A New Hope. What is the skeleton of Star Wars A New Hope? Now, the funny thing here is the answer depends on how far you zoom out the camera, but let's just give a generic answer to that. So, Princess is abducted by Darth Vader, or actually no, that's too detailed. Princess is abducted by the evil one, the villain. Farm boy is recruited by the old venerable person to join the task to rescue him. They recruit some other people on the way. They go to the fortress. They successfully rescue her, barely get out with their lives, and have to do a big final confrontation with them where they barely snatch victory at the last moment from the jaws of defeat. Boom, skeleton. Now, you might think, well, that's extremely generic and could apply to 50 different stories, but that's the idea. That's the entire point, right? The whole idea of doing the skeleton first is so that you can then zoom in and start fleshing out the details. Because if you zoom out enough, every story looks the same. If you zoom out enough, there's like, everyone says there's 7 stories. It's, in my opinion, there's close to like 3. So, the whole point is to start zoomed out, get your bare bones, hence the skeleton terminology, going, and then be like, alright, let's go and figure this out. Yes, that's right. Yep. Yep. Did you know that when people drink dragon's blood, they turn into dragons? I know it's shocking. Idiots. Why do I have talking Fife? Thank you, Fife, very much. As always. If you know where you want that to go, please let me know, Fife. Why do you want me to go here? Why is this quest? So, now let's go ahead and give that to Futurama really quick. Yeah, apparently, Pillow Willow. Let's look at a common skeleton for a lot of different bits of fiction. So let's say that you've got a thing where it's like, all right, we've got the characters, we established the characters, and then we have a moment. Really? And we've got a moment where we can be like, all right. We have a big moment, though. Maybe it's an action set piece. Maybe it's a reveal. Maybe it's a twist. Maybe it's some big, oh my gosh, it was his sled kind of a moment, right? It doesn't really matter, but there's a big moment in your story. So you decide to put that at, say, the 2/3 part. So you've got establishment, and then you've got build up to the big moment, and then you've got payoff of the big moment, right? Now that sounds, again, this is pretty generic terminology, and of course the skeleton is way out here because it's the whole point of this. But I like that format quite a bit, because what it does is within the confines of the work, it establishes the stakes, tones, characters, etc., as much as is needed to. Then it establishes the power of the impacting moment, and then it has the impacting moment, and then you can spend time fulfilling that, analyzing and discussing the impacting moment, whether it's a twist, or it's a big action moment, or the Borg crush half of Earth, or whatever, right? However you want to do that. Now, I like that format quite a bit, and I think it's fairly obvious why, because you get so much time within the work to do everything you need to around the axis of that. It becomes a fulcrum for the entire story, okay? Now, here's the thing. Most modern stories, most stories in general, but especially modern stories, are centered around this fulcrum concept. They make an entire story hinge on a single thing, right? And it's almost always a frickin' twist. Because for some reason, writers seem to think that the only way to do a good storytelling is to have a frickin' twist. For the record, I disagree with that sentiment. But you know what I'm talking about, right? Everyone wants there to be a big twist. It's such a common thing, it's actually kind of ridiculous. So where do you put the twist? Now, let me just ask that question for you right now. Where would you're writing a story, you've got your skeleton. Where in this timeline do you put your big twist? And why? You've already heard my answer. I'd put it right here. Enjoy the view. A lot of air aspected ether down here. Up here? Well, like I said, I'm going to bring up World of Warcraft in relation to this. Third act? Okay. Third act works. I'm with it. It's a little late. I wouldn't do that personally, but I'm still with it. Unless it's a 5-act thing, in which case I'm totally with it. No, Discord was down, so I didn't really have a chance to do anything with it. Sorry, XIV. Yeah, we're okay, I guess, Colin Palissa. I gave him a couple positives. I can't talk about WoW until everyone answers my question. Apparently nobody's actually paying attention to me here. So Pillow Willis says put the twist at the beginning. Now that's funny because I was waiting for someone to say that because, believe it or not, that's actually a really good time to do that. I know that sounds strange, but if you put the twist at the beginning, what you do is you have built an effective hook. Now, if you put the twist in the third act, aka the 2/3 part, which is where I talked about, then I still think that is the best part, and I stand by that statement firmly. But you don't have to do it there. There's plenty of options, right? I hate these go find the target quests. I really do. Why do they do this so much in Heavensward? Go find the one person somewhere in the area. Why? Just tell me where they are. Put them on the frickin' map, you goddamn Dame Designers. Ah! What's the purpose of the twist? Who cares? Doesn't matter. How big is the twist? Who cares? Doesn't matter. It's not even a twist. It's a big moment. Doesn't matter, because it's the big moment, not necessarily twist. This game's so goddamn much. It's probably inside one of these stupid goddamn buildings. I'm going to kill all the Vanu. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to murder them. All of them. But anyways, World of Warcraft, which we're going to talk about a lot here. Let's use Legion as an example. Now, Legion, hey! Legion actually did several twists, moments, big moments throughout its run. In fact, the biggest reveal, because it was specifically a reveal, in WoW's Legion specifically, was not was one that most people didn't even notice because WoW storytelling tends to be awful. Not blaming people on that, I'm not calling people stupid. WoW doesn't know how to present its frickin' storybook beats sometimes. But the biggest reveal moment in WoW Legion was in the 2/3 part. After the end of the second act, before the third act. Now, why do I bring that up? Because the thing I've noticed lately, which honestly irritates the piss out of me, is that a lot of fiction has decided to shove the big twist to the very end. Like, as in, imagine... I'm just kidding, this is why Discovery inspired this. Imagine you have a 14... No, I'm not, Mike Romano. I'm not here to spoil stuff. Imagine a 14-episode season. So in that, you could put that big moment wherever, but instead we're going to put it over here in episode 14. Why? Or let's say you have an entire expansion of a game, and you decide to put your big moment at the very end, literally after the final boss. Now, I hate this. I understand why they do this. In fact, to be perfectly blunt, I would say that this is primarily a financial decision and not a gameplay one, or not a creative one, excuse me. In short, they put it at the very end because they want you to watch the next season. They want you to keep staying subscribed to the service. They want you to play the next game. They want you to pick up the next thing. And it is very strongly, in my opinion, that this is exactly why this thing has become so prevalent over time. Because, well, this sucks. Creatively. Ignoring the obvious problems with it, the biggest issue is that there's no time or effort spent on it, and, from a narrative perspective, you have just built yourself into a bit of a corner. This is actually why I put down comic books, by the way. Just in general. I gave up on comic books. Because guess what comic books have been doing since the 90s? Big reveal moment at the very end of a particular, a run, a story arc. It's like, oh, that sucks. Everything you know is wrong. Now, sorry, let's zoom in a little bit. Let's actually talk about why this sucks so badly in specifics. Because, first of all, is the obvious. You now have to wait a while to have any fulfillment on the story. The story is, by definition, incomplete. The big moment happened right at the end, and is effectively a to continue kind of a moment. It's like, to be continued is the point of that moment at that point. It's like, oh, okay, well, that sucks. Problem number two. They have now they've built themselves into a corner. They have written themselves into the point where they have to follow through on that. If they don't, overall enjoyment and acceptability goes down a little bit. By the way, they also have to do a better job than they normally would, fulfilling on the promise that was made by that big moment. Because there's a wait period. Because episode 14 comes out, and then you have to wait X amount of months, or years in some cases, for episode 15 to come out, or for episode 1 to come out, more likely. So you have to... So now you're just kind of sitting there, waiting for the fulfillment of that reveal, for the fulfillment of that twist, or for the fulfillment of that big moment to come through, which builds expectation. And you see the problems here. And I hate this crap. Because this is so common. And it just, I look at it, I'm like, oh my god, this is so crap. And it just absolutely de-invests me in every single one of these stories that does it. So, for those of you wondering of my opinion on Star Trek Discovery, I just gave it. Star Trek Discovery has been doing way too much of this big reveal at the second to last episode thing, which I hate for all the reasons I've just mentioned, and is just absolutely de-investing me completely into this crap. And yeah, Tim is quite correct. Not just in comic books, but in general, that promise of continuation might not happen. Shows get canceled. Games get canceled. How many of you can think of a video game, right now, off the top of your head, which ended, sometimes even in a post-credits kind of a thing, on a to-be-continued kind of a moment, or in a here's a big last-minute reveal kind of a thing, and that game was never continued? Because I can think of dozens. And this is the final reason. Half-Life is the classic example of this. You're absolutely right. This is the biggest reason. Yeah, Mass Effect Andromeda, another good one. Ugh. Sorry. This is the biggest reason why I think that pushing the big moment towards the end is stupid. I mean, it's stupid from a creative perspective. It's stupid from a financial perspective. It's stupid from a good storytelling perspective, in my honest opinion. Even using it as a climax is something that I would disagree with in general because of how that tends to be constructed. There are very, very, very few works, I would say, that actually put the big moment at the end and actually do something satisfying with it. I can think of exceptions, because of course there's exceptions, but it's a rarity. But the biggest and most important reason that I hate that crap is because it's trying to ensure a sequel that may never happen. Like, I actually remember an interview from a writer. Hey, look, it's the raid. Yeah, check it out. You can see what I was showing off earlier, or rather trying to show off and failing at. Hi, Husbands. I don't care about post-credit stingers, Mega Legion. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Have your goddamn nuts. I hate Moogles so much. Yeah, the Void Arc looks really cool here. Like, we don't get to see the whole thing there. So I can't tilt the camera. There we go. No, it moves. You can actually see it. It's hard to see, but look at it compared to, like, my HP bar there. And you can see it slowly going behind my HP bar just as I'm sitting here steady. So it actually goes around. That's why I wasn't able to show it off when I was in the Churning Mists earlier, because I wasn't sure where it was. That's also probably why I never saw it until like 2 days ago. Anyways. There was an interview a while ago from it was specifically a video game writer. I'm not going to name names. And I don't know about that crap. I just found the thing 2 days ago. I have no idea. And the interview basically said, yeah, I always try to make a point to add the big climax moment right toward the end to make sure that I get to keep my job. The problem with that statement is that's stupid, because that doesn't work that way. It never has, and it never will. History has shown hundreds upon hundreds of times that ending on a big to be continued or a big dun 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 doesn't work financially. It doesn't guarantee a sequel. It doesn't guarantee a return. It doesn't get the writer to keep having their job. It doesn't freaking work. It never has. There is so much evidence to disprove that concept. This is why I say this is more of a financial decision than a creative one, too. Because I've also seen studios and production companies do the same thing for the same reason. Please come back and keep watching our show and or game and or movie. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Houses. Historically speaking, it tends to have the opposite effect. Especially because of the aforementioned promise. Because if they do manage to scrape together the money or interest or funding or whatever to make a sequel happen, it better hold up to expectations. Because if it doesn't, then it's going to be Mass Effect 3. The Shezarad method, or however you're supposed to pronounce that. I know what you're talking about. And no, I agree with you, Tim. I agree with you. And sorry for going off on this, but this really does bother me a lot. Let me use some specific examples. Okay, so I mentioned WoW. WoW Legion is a good example here. I'm not going to spoil, because that's not how this works. But the biggest moment, the biggest moment in WoW Legion was actually before the final patch, which meant the entire final patch was dedicated towards fulfilling and discussing and analyzing and seeing the fallout of that. Doing something with it. You had your big moment, and then, okay, now we're going to go with it. Let's use Star Trek as an example. So I just mentioned Discovery. Almost every season of Discovery has been trying to do the big twist moment right at the end. I've already mentioned why I don't like that. But let's look at... Now, this is... I can't really say this without spoiling. So let's look at Enterprise Season 3. Star Trek Enterprise Season 3. Now, I'm going to spoil this very minorly. I'm not even going to give specifics. But at about the 2/3 part through Season 3 of Star Trek Enterprise, we have a reveal. And this is actually a big reveal moment, not a twist. It's a big reveal, and it's like, oh, this is how it works. And then they spend the rest of Season 3 analyzing, discussing, and following through on that, which is also probably the better parts of Season 3. And, of course, the easiest example to use is the game we're playing right now. This game... What? Ah, here we go. This game right here... I can talk about Heavensward, because we've gone through Heavensward. When did they reveal the big thing about, you know, the nature of the dragons and the war, and how am I supposed to reach that guy? There we go. There's an inn. That. Yeah, when we go to the Churning Mists, that was the big moment. Which, if you're paying attention, was about the 2/3 way through. Not the overall story. And you see my point? And yeah, so FF14 does tend to do the post-credit scene, which is actually a thing. I will admit that. But honestly, that's why I say the post-credits thing is a separate thing to what I'm talking about. Because the post-credits thing is just, that's its own little... It's a teaser, is what that is. It's a teaser for a to be continued. That's not what I'm talking about. The big moment for Heavensward was when we go talk to Race Veliger. Much earlier in the story. And then, hey, guess what? We spend a huge chunk of the rest of the story following through on that. And dealing with that. That's awesome. Which is exactly my point. Sorry for that whole rant. It's been bouncing around my head a little bit, and I've just been bugging the crap out of me how many stories and how many fictions of late have been trying to shove that big moment towards the end for all the wrong reasons. And this kind of ties into what Tim was talking about. Because you can have a big moment at the end and have it work. Endgame. Avengers Endgame. The big moment was like 10 minutes before the credits roll. But it worked because that big moment was a culmination moment. It was the entire series to date ending in this big awesome moment of awesome. You can do that. But they usually don't. Anyways, sorry, moving on. Rant off. Yeah, payoff. Exactly. Have your big moment be payoff, and that works. I would also agree FF14 uses its post-patch content wonderfully, so it's another credit to its thing. So I'm going to go ahead and give this away. Yeah, exactly. Endgame wasn't a twist, it was a catharsis. That's why I keep calling it the big moment, because there's a lot of different ways you can take that. It's the big moment. So, this is a very minor spoiler, but after you defeat the jailer in the recent WoW patch, there's a big moment. Now, if that big moment had been at about the 2/3 mark, like it was with Legion, then that might have worked really cool. That might have been awesome. It wasn't. It was the very last scene after killing the last boss of the expansion. The bot is up, my Corona, yes. I mean, you just saw it right there. Oh, of course, right, reading, sorry. But yes, the bot is up. And it's frustrating to see them fall into the same trend that I've seen. No, you're absolutely right, Omega Legion. It is very clear. Hang on, let me read this. Really? That's why we start the Moogle chain canonically? It's very clear that they're cutting their losses. They're pulling the warlords, and we'll see how that works out. Now, here's the thing that irritates me personally about that. There's an old saying, never admit you're wrong as a corporation, and that saying is bullcrap, stupid, and incorrect. If you never admit you're wrong, all you ever do is tell your customers that they're stupid. This is so consistently true that it's not even... I don't even feel like going down the list. If they had just come out and said, okay, yeah, we've gone through a lot of crap right now. Everything's going to hell. We're trying to keep up with things. We're rejiggering the story. We lost some of our writers, which they did, by the way. We've lost several producers, which they did, by the way. We have no idea what we're doing. We're just juggling it and trying to make it fixed, right? Like, we're trying to do the best we can here. And it's like, if they had just come out and said that, I'd be like, all right, fine. Because that's assuredly what's happening. No, instead they did an interview saying, this is the story that we exactly wanted to tell. No, it isn't. I can factually prove... I disagree with that, Mr. Rudd. But I can factually prove that that is a lie. That they actually have no idea what they're doing, and they are making things up on the fly. Yeah, FF14 devs have admitted to being wrong more than once. And hey, look at how loyal and dependable the FF14 fanbase is, myself included. And I bash this game all the time. You know, when I think it deserves it. Is this the stupid story about Good King Moogelmog? Oh my god, it is. It is! Death to counselors, Micromano, and to the living! That's the answer. I'm joking. That's not the answer. I'll give you a more complete answer in a minute. But again, this isn't really a rant against WoW. It's just that it's another mistake they made recently. This is a rant against so much of fiction. And like I said, again, this is just me personally, but every time I see a work of fiction pull that crap, I am massively de-invested in the fiction. It's like, oh, okay. Well, that sucks. So what's the big twist? Oh, they haven't revealed it yet. Okay. So what's the big twist? Oh, they haven't revealed it yet. Okay. Like, some of you may not know, but I actually keep up on the overall story of New Trek because it's my job too. So I'll read summaries and I'll ask my friends about it pretty much every time a new episode comes out. And the first question I kept asking, sorry, past tense, is, so what's the big reveal? Well, they haven't given it out yet. Okay. And they keep pulling this. They keep doing this crap. Whatever. Okay, so that's my rant. That's my little TED Talk. Don't do this crap. There you go. TED Talk over. If it was pretty obvious that it was coming, well then that's just deflating, isn't it, Omega Legion? I have played Disco Elysium. I've even reviewed Disco Elysium. There will be no rumination of it, I'm afraid. However, if you want to go watch the VODs of it for the review, those are still up on the VOD archive channel. Spoilers, I hated the game, but not because it was a bad game. It was actually a very good game. Probably one of the more coffee games I've played lately. Actually, did I do a rumination on Disco Elysium? I don't think I did. I guess I could check. Pretty sure that was before the compromise. Yep, nope. No rumination for it. Ooh. I twisted the 1/3 mark? No, that could work. Meanwhile, I just got accused of defending Nazis in my YouTube comments, because that's YouTube comments for you. Yes, I know what Race Velger's place is. This is... Doesn't matter, Hazardous. I only commented on it because I got a chuckle out of it. Lore likes defending Nazis. Yeah, okay. We here at the Lore Walkers enjoy shooting Nazis in the face. I don't know if I would call that defending Nazis. I do hate jazz, that's true. Alright, we did it. We did it. Let's do... this, I guess. Alright, so... Mike Romano did ask a question. And that question is, why did you say that ships shouldn't have counselors? So... That's true, Blade Javal. See? You understand. Oh, God, I can't answer that in my command. I'm just going to skip over it. Pass. Pass. Moving on. Hazardous says, with so many people and communities and YouTube channels going in-depth, making their own theories and predictions, etc., why don't companies actually use those ideas, check feedback, and implement the good ones? That's actually happened. In fact, it happens more often than... Well, let me walk that back a second. I suspect it happens more often than they are willing to acknowledge. Because we do know several examples where that's actually happened. Probably my favorite example of that is, this is not a spoiler, Breaking Bad, where they were like, oh my god, you're right, that's the perfect way to do that. Because they actually have a fan basically write their ending for them. I know that's deleterious, I know there's more to it than that, but you get the idea. It is something I feel happens more often than not. I can name another example of a story that I'm pretty sure used fan feedback to determine what they were doing with the story, and that would be Battlestar Galactica. I wish it was, how do I phrase this? So, I don't think it should be done more. I think it should be done better. Might be a better way to phrase that. To explain what I mean by that a little bit. in my opinion, what tends to happen is they're like, all right, we're going to write this story. And they write out this story, and they do all the writing for the story, and they do all the design for the story. And they're like, okay, cool, here it is. Here's this perfect, amazing story of amazingness. And then someone comes along and says, man, this is stupid, and here's why, ... And they're like, oh, shoot, they're right. This is actually stupid. Crap. And so then they reverse course and change their mind and turn in a different direction. And so all of the foreshadowing and buildup of the previous stuff is gone. Because it was for a story that they didn't actually write. Now, that being said, I do actually 100% believe it's possible to do... Yes. Okay, I get this crap out of my inventory. I do actually think it's 100% possible to do a, you know, a story designed to take feedback and move through it. But you have to kind of build the story in that nature. You have to build the story to be malleable with multiple possible options. So multiple possible foreshadowings, which you can use, and then can be taken in one direction or the other. In other words, you have to plan for it. If you do, yeah, sure, go for it. That works. Alright, just sort my inventory out here. Don't mind me. Let's do this off camera, but I was stuck unlocking the Moogles because the Moogles hate me. Because I apparently can't get away from the turning mists. It's just my life now. Yeah, contingencies, exactly right. Oh, I forgot to get the materia. I'll sell the materia on the board. For free, of course. Hey, you want to buy some materia? Yeah, I know your thing's done. Let's see. Sell items. Sell items. For 1 gold. 1 gold. There we go. Done. Come on. Ah, okay. Back to being a dancer. Broken Sword 1 and 2. I'm afraid I have not. Or if I have no particular memory of it, which is something that happens, because I played a lot of point-and-click adventure games back in the day. Let's look it up real quick. Broken Sword. Well, the actual answer is fairly basic and banal. No, I have not played this one, I'm afraid. When did this come out? Wow, 96. Looks more recent than that. But alas, I have not played that. So, inventory management. It is an unfortunate reality that the majority of successful MMOs are successful because they got lucky, not because they planned for it. Which is kind of like putting down a couple of tents on a spot of land and then becoming a city. And I use that analogy very much on purpose, because if you ever wonder why certain cities have absolutely terrible road layout, it's because they weren't designed to be cities. It's because the city grew up around something, which grew up around something, and so forth and so on. So it's a mess. And the further you get to wherever the city started, the more of a mess it is. You can really see this in the Midwest or the far west of the United States, because there's a lot of cities that were just blong. Oh, okay. But yeah, so the problem is most of these MMOs built inventory that worked, but not inventory that was going to work large scale for a long time for lots of people, and, well, there you go. There's the issue. I've talked before about Spaghetti Code, especially with regards to this game, but actually, there's another game I know even more about this specific Spaghetti Code, and that's Guild Wars 2. Let me give you a specific example of Spaghetti Code in Guild Wars 2. I've actually already told you about one of them, which is how they deal with... Ooh. There we go. How they deal with repairing, right? People live it forever, and we're like, So, yeah, I don't know if European cities have this problem. I know we have this problem in the States, but I wonder how London works out like this, because the city of London is certainly different, but I don't want to get off topic. So, when you go to log out, right? Well, in Guild Wars 2, they had to patch in the ability to log out to your character select screen. Now, this is certainly a weird-sounding statement, but to try and explain this a little bit, the point is that they originally didn't plan for that to be an option. It was originally designed so that you would log out of the game and then log into the game if you wanted to switch characters. Now, this is stupid, and don't ask me why they did this, but that is how the game was designed. A lot of people complained. So they had to patch in... they had to patch in a feature so that you could have a log out to character select button. What they did to make this work, because of spaghetti code, is they made it so that what happens is every time you go log out to go to the character select screen, you're actually logging out of the game entirely, but it actually... It grabs your login information in the game, saves it for just a second, immediately relogs you back into the game the second you log out, and then dumps you onto the character select screen, which is where logging in dumps you anyways. In short, it's actually doing exactly what you had to do anyways, it's just automating the process. And this is just... the spaghetti code of some of these games really amuses me on so many levels. And yeah, all MMOs have spaghetti code. I've talked about WoW. This is the last time I'll talk about WoW for today. And its reliance on the bunny. And how that tends to, you know, severely restrict and limit how you can do anything in that game. STO, I can't believe STO still functions, to be totally honest with you. I'll give you another Guild Wars 2 story. So let's say you're on that giant airship in the distance over there, okay? Let's say that airship is moving. Well, Guild Wars 2 doesn't support moving objects in the strictest sense of the word. Like, it doesn't have the engine for it. My authorization has been revoked. My crimes have been registered with the Central Justice Authority for doing the quest that it just gave me. Wow. This place is wonderful, isn't it? So the way Guild Wars 2 will do this is it will adjust the position of the ship that you're on forwards by a specific marker. So it can't do this. It can't move the ship. So what it does is instead it puts it to a node. And so it jumps forward in nodes like that. Now they put enough nodes so it looks kind of smooth-ish, but it's still like, you can really see when it turns, when it kind of just when it's turning like that. It's really obvious that they're using the node system to shove the ship forward. But wait, you might say, how do you keep the player on that? Well, the way that the collision system works in that game is the moment your feet touch the ground, there's a bit of code that grabs the player for and stops them from doing their aerial movement, because there's a lot of aerial movement in Guild Wars 2. So, as soon as you touch the ground, it catches you and stops you. So what they do, this is hysterical, is every time they move it forward, they move it up on the Z-axis by 1 unit. So minuscule that most people never even notice it. And so each time it's shoved up, what happens is the game goes, oh, you've just landed. And so what you'll see is you're standing there on this thing as it's going around, and you'll, like, very slowly slide back as it juts, but then it catches you. But then it juts, but then it catches you. But then it juts, and then it catches you. And you have to kind of shuffle yourself forward a little bit to make sure you don't get flung off the edge. Unregistered goods detected. Items identified as Cermet containers of Garlean origin. Further investigation necessary. Please retrieve 5 containers for testing. Guild Wars 2 came out, oh god, 10 years ago? Hang on. Yep, 10 years ago, this August. It's actually kind of old, believe it or not. It's one of the reasons this expansion is such a big deal. This expansion that's going out right now in Guild Wars 2, the one I've been playing through a little bit, is the culmination of the Guild Wars 2 story to date. Which might sound familiar if you've played Endwalker. I presume. I should say that. I don't actually know if Endwalker is the end of the story. I just presume it is. Anyways, don't answer, by the way. I don't want to hear it. I'm just comparing the two. It's also funny because STO has an anniversary going on right now, which I think is at the 12-year anniversary mark for STO. And, of course, WoW came out in 2005, and LOTRO came out in 2004. It's weird to think about how many of the successful MMOs have been out there for the decade-plus range. EVE Online. I knew it, Headmistress! It's time for the runner to rise. Cut to credits. Big reveal at the last moment. The sequel never happens because everyone hates the fact that we did the big reveal at the last minute. Sorry, I said I'd shut up about that. Alright. Thor had an anniversary too. I actually did notice, I just didn't care. Which I suppose is sad, but whatever. So, okay, Tim says, what's your favorite "this bug is now a feature in games"? That's a good question. Let me think about that for a second. Please place unregistered good in examination receptacle. Sure, here you go. Specimens received, scanning complete. Containers appear to contain replicas, of a log and technological artifacts. Replicas are significantly inferior quality. A log workmanship is of extremely poor level. Most unfortunate. We will have to take measures to protect the reputation of a log in innovation and artisanship. That's what you're worried about? Okay. Just gonna let that one go. By the way, did you notice this is flipped vertically from the Star Trek map? Alpha quadrant's in the upper left, delta's lower right, beta's upper right, gamma's lower right. And by flipped vertically, I mean flipped completely. Sorry, it's flipped on both axes. Bug that's a feature. I mean, my mind is turning towards Bethesda games, but I'm debating which of those actually qualify. Received emergency request for assistance from security division. Catastrophic failure. Dragon behavioral control experiment. Multiple dragons escape from isolation. Mandate immediate termination of subjects to avoid. Oh, you know what? That's a good one, Blade Jamal. Rocket jumping. From the Quake days. Which is just, it's such a standard thing about FPSs that it's expected nowadays. Also, enemies attacking each other, which is also from Doom. Another one. Oh, excuse me. God, I actually slept last night, too. Hey. So Tim asked a question. What's a suggestion for a way for a new writer to write with training wheels? That is actually a good question. I saved it for today because it's a good question. Neutralization confirmed. The Alagan Empire thanks you for your contribution. Preliminary assessment indicates test subject escape was instigated by elevated aggression levels induced as part of testing protocol. This is Portal. A comprehensive review will be carried out to prevent future occurrence of similar events and assist the testing and research facility in their unwavering efforts to... You know what's funny is I think Portal actually predates Heavensward, so that tracks. New writers. I've been asked this question so many times in so many different ways. The biggest pieces of advice I can give, and there's two big ones really, that for new writers is just write and find your voice. So I'm going to explain that a little bit as soon as I read this quest here. Warning, warning, sensors indicate a large number of unidentified dragons in the immediate vicinity. These creatures present a significant threat to the balance of the local environment. Creatures are designated Mercidian Brobniaks. All troops of Alagan Empire eliminate the threats. Each soldier is to eliminate 4 Brobniaks. Okay, well, I guess I qualify as a soldier, so... Sure, I can do that. Yeah, why not? Ah! Warning, warning. Several Dravanian test subjects have breached their restraints and inhabit the immediate vicinity. These subjects are extremely dangerous and present a real threat to the safety of personnel and equipment. Loyal warriors of the Alagan Empire. Ensure safety of staff and citizens. Okay. That's me, loyal warrior of the Empire. Oh, thank you, Joe Neutrino, very much. As always, if you know where you want that to go, do please let me know. I need to turn this back on. Yep. Did I lose chat, by the way? Because chat has just stopped dead. Writing. So what I mean by find your voice is everyone writes with a different voice, which is not necessarily the voice that they speak with. Everyone has... When I say voice, I don't mean literally like the words on the page. I mean the style and approach to writing. Like, for example, I tend to write rather minimalist in terms of how I structure things in terms of literal writing. If I can write something in 5 words or 3, I will almost always lean towards 3 words. I do try to do more implication than outright statement, and I try to do things where I don't lead the viewer or reader around by the nose, right? That's just my style of writing. That's my voice. And that's what I mean by that. If you've ever... out of nowhere there. If you've ever actually analyzed the way different writers write, you'll know exactly what I mean by voice. So the way you find your voice is, of course, you just sit down and you write. You just try to get words on the page and figure out how it flows. Because what it'll happen is it'll come out naturally, in my experience. If you don't think about writing your voice, just sit down and write something in a way that is natural to you, in a way that flows with the way your mind thinks. Then, after you have written, go back, and then you can analyze it and self-examine or have someone else do it and say, this is the type of voice you're using, this is the manner of speech you're using, this is the manner of sentence structure you're using, etc., etc., etc. I probably have done entirely too much sentence structure analysis in my life, but it's been useful at several points, so I don't bemoan that. But this leads to just right, which is the other piece of advice. Hi, Elizar. So what I say by just right, now this is not applicable to everyone. Not everyone thinks or works this way with this, but for me and for most writers I've couched on this, a lot of people tend to get stuck in the weeds when it comes to writing. They zoom in the camera too much, too quickly. Like, you're writing your opening paragraph, and you have an action scene. And so you're trying to block out and write exactly how each action works. And it just kind of stalls you as you're trying to find the exact words and the exact position of it. And that stall just kind of drags out, and you lose some of your forward momentum, and you're not sure what you want to do with the next sequence. And, God, if you could just get this one scene right, In my advice is to not do that. If you encounter a roadblock, make a note of it. That's your first draft. That's how this works. Write it. Too many people think that you sit down and you write and you're done. No. Even the really good writers, what they do is they sit down and they write, and then they rewrite, and then they rewrite. Multiple drafts. So if you run into a roadblock like that, go past it and keep reading. Or writing, excuse me. Keep writing. Don't read. Keep trying to get stuff on the paper. Keep the rest of the ideas out. Because otherwise you're just going to get mired in doldrums. And you're not going to be able to really move forward with regards to your story. Don't get too zoomed out. Don't get too zoomed in. Just keep writing. Those are the 2 biggest pieces of advice I could give. Escape of Dravanian subjects traced to structural failure of restraints. Tests indicate that restraints grew weakened after only 5,000 years of use. Now lodging report suggesting research department used more durable equipment with longer operational lifespan. Man, I thought we made stuff to last. Jeez. So I have never reviewed Fallout New Vegas, Joe Neutrino. So it wouldn't be a redo in any real sense of the word. It would be a proper actual review stream thereof. Yes, Elizar, this is now the 5th time I have said this. Yes, it has been put to Disciples' Gold. Unregistered life forms are a direct violation of the Ilagan Imperial Environmental Protection Act, the Pets and Domesticated Active Animals Preservation Statute, the Azislaw Livestock Control Resolution, the Ilagan Ecological Beautification Reform Treaty. What? And that's actually it. We're done with Azislaw. Yeah, they're very Fallout, Tim. And for those of you who don't know what I mean by that, Fallout's strength has always been the combination of horror and comedy. Because Fallout is actually one of the more horrifying settings out there. Really, if you think about it. But they couch it in a lot of comedy, and that kind of changes the palatability of the overall work. Anyways, we're now done with Aziz's Law. I think a plus to story is definitely warranted for the Aziz's Law side quests, which I believe makes it only 2 side quest bundles that got a story positive. The Kalmeek stuff in the Forelands, and the Aziz's Law stuff. I know, right, Blade Travel? The one zone that had good story in its side quests is the one that we finished in like 30 minutes. Maybe that's a sign. Whatever. But hey, you know what? That's a good note to end on. Imagine if the last freaking zone we did was the goddamn hinterlands. Or the Churning Mists. Listen, Joe Neutrino. I don't know if I can stand that kind of insanity. But just for you, I will bend. Nay, I will break. Well, it depends on you, doesn't it, Mr. Red? It depends on how much work you've already put into writing. Depends on how new you are to writing. Depends on how good you are at analyzing writing. Because understanding your voice is a separate step there. I found my voice very early on. I was probably in... Actually, I can pinpoint that. I was in 6th grade when I found my voice when it came to writing. But I didn't understand my voice until I hit high school and started actually analyzing my own work. I look worried? Nonsense. Why would I have anything to be worried about? Okay, I guess there's no harm in telling you. Lord Emanuelaine requests I deliver a missive to Lady Laniette at the Rose House. I remember him specifically mentioning failure would not be tolerated. It's a simple task, yet the thought of something going awry has my stomach in knots. I am loath to trust my duties on another, but would you be willing to deliver this? I cannot afford to take tasks. Okay, yeah, sure. I forget why I saved this one, but I saved this one for a reason. Maybe this is the wrong one. Maybe I'm thinking of the other one. I don't know. Well, that's an interesting question, Blade Travel. I mean, the problem is, the answer is Dragon Age Inquisition's hinterlands, because we spent about 2 hours in the Dravanian hinterlands. You can spend days in the Dragon Age Inquisition hinterlands. In fact, we did when we streamed it for the first time, when it came out. That's another level, you know? Whole other level of nonsense. Looks like you're here, but there's something you have. Yep, I have a letter for you. A rose-scented letter. If the sickly sweet words of eternal love contained within this missive are not enough to induce nausea, this is why I saved this one, with copious amounts of rose oil applied to the parchment, most certainly will. So yeah, this is the jackass kid sending a love letter to Laniette, which is the girl he's fancying. Rose oil? Ugh, a letter from Lord Emmy. I'm terribly sorry about this. I never imagined he would attempt something so shameless. I'm afraid to say he's always been like this. House Sinan and House Fortem have always maintained good relations, and as such, those close in years often spend time together from an early age. I spent much of my youth playing together with Lord Emmy, but now I fear he clings too tightly to the memories of our youth, though I admit it is sometimes to my benefit. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for Torsifor, and no doubt he asked you to come in his place. I can sympathize with his anxiety over upsetting Lord Emmy, but this is no way to treat a guest. Please accept this token of my apology. Yeah, sure. Because that's right, Lord Emmy is just that terrible. I say we kill him. Who's with me? Wait, I'm not murderous today. So Emperor Valerian had a question, which is an interesting one. It would probably make things better. Yeah, I agree with that. Emperor Valerian says, what would you do with coming out with a... Listen, Yosikar. Listen, I'm not always murderous today. I'm not... Final Fantasy VI sequel. So I'm going to go ahead and add a question to everyone else out there. But I've come up with a few ideas over the decades since FF6 came out for possible sequel ideas. So my most recent one, and the one that I like the most, coincidentally, is the idea of doing a complete no-magic story set in FF6 as they are coping and dealing with all the nonsense and cleanup. Now, that probably doesn't sound very engaging, and that's fine. It's actually designed to be what I like to call a now-what story. For those of you who never heard me talk about, I love now-what stories, personally. I really do. The Thrawn trilogy books, those are a now-what. And, of course, now I can't think of any other examples. But the whole point of a now-what is it has to happen after a happily ever after. Big ending, big villains defeated, everything's cool forever. Now what? And a proper now what deals with the consequences and the fallout. Dealing with people and their... I mean, obviously it's me, so naturally there would be a lot of, political wrangling as the various city-states try to connect with each other and try to figure out what they're going to do and how they're going to handle the dwindling and indeed very scarce resources as they're trying to restore the environment. Yeah, exactly, Blade Travel. The whole point is to show the aftermath, to really show it. And an aftermath story doesn't need a big villain to be defeated in order to be a good story, because the villain is the aftermath. It's an environmental story, is the core. So technically you do have a villain from a narrative perspective. It's just the villain is, well, we don't have food for the end of the year, so fix that. Thank you very much, the end of line. Very much. I'll put that towards dealer's choice. Is it still an RPG? Well, admittedly, in my head, no. If we were to make it an RPG, that would actually take some rejiggering, but I think it could be done. We know that RPGs without magic can work because that's happened. Something I've championed for years, and I'm glad to be proven right on. It kind of is Blade Triple, yeah. Well, the calamity happened. Now what? Real quick. So, the church is in a bit of turmoil. It's taking its toll in profits. Now, I'm not one to get mixed up in politics, but the students of the Scholasticate pay good gill for tomes and feathered quills. So, go give them stuff. Break up the peace, look intimidating. See you around the end of life. Line. Not the end of line. Oh god, you're here to kill me, aren't you? Yeah, making the gameplay engaging is a thing, but I do think it's a solvable problem because, again, we've seen that. The catch is you have to redesign the structure of what the gameplay is going to be to allow for things like mundane attacks to be a thing. Right, like you have to... What? It's right here. In other words, I don't think just copy-pasting FF6's combat system would work for this kind of a thing. We would need a new combat system. Our lives are hard enough without fresh-faced seminarians rubbing salt into the wounds. Will your precious words repay us for what we've lost? Will they bring back the dead? Of course not, but as a pupil of the Scholasticate, I cannot forsake the teachings. If you give the book back, I'm certain I can take you the proper passage to provide succor in your time of... How dare you! As if the lies in this book will keep me warm at night. Better to destroy it! And they're off to book burn. You're an adventurer, aren't you? Please, help my friend get his tome back. We were on our way back to the Scholasticate when that man accosted us. It's become an unfortunate occurrence these days, but this is the first time someone went so far as to make off with one of our books. He may mean well, but I fear he'll get caught up in more trouble if they outnumber him. Okay, I'll go help then. And I don't think I have, Jonatrino, no. I'm not sure about that because I've bounced around a lot of the extremes, and I don't really have strong memories of most of them, except for the three original ones. Well, see, I was thinking of kind of going in effectively a steampunk direction with it, which FF6 is already leaning that direction, right? So make, we've got the auto crossbow, but make, crossbows a regular weapon. Make steam-powered weapons semi-regular. Focus the combat around, trying to get these kind of mechs working, and just, you get the general idea. But narratively speaking, I've kind of already told you what the story would be, and I hope Valerian isn't extremely bored by this, because it really would be an environmental story. The threat would be the planet, which is just barely starting to recover. Now, this is going to sound familiar, and I swear I didn't do this on purpose, but one of the ideas I had was that once all the magic had been released out of the world, it would kind of, or I'm saying this wrong, once all the magic had been released out of Kefka, it would kind of flow back into the world and take a more natural form. The idea being, so the general gist of this concept was that magic was actually an unnatural aberration within the world of FF6. That the original Magi had in the backstory, and this would be something that will be revealed over the course of the game, spoilers, at the very end to make sure that people stay subscribed, and we can't analyze this, that magic was actually just natural, let's call it life energy, which the Magi had ripped out of the planet directly in order to become magic. And from that point on, it was just magical energy. Kefka's death then allowed that energy to kind of start going back into the planet, but one of the major plot threads would be the fact that just dumping magic back into the planet isn't actually all that good for it. And so this is why the planet's been having so much trouble recovering, even though its natural energy has theoretically been returned to it. This would be the first act reveal, in simple terms. And yeah, I think I was more inspired by the concept of the live stream on this than anything, but whatever. I say I didn't do this on purpose because if you're paying attention, this is extremely similar to how Ether and Bahamut works and the Primals, but again, I didn't do that on purpose, I swear. Unintentionally inspired, if anything else. So, yeah, one of the big plot points would be trying to find a way to actually figure out what the Magi did to turn the natural energy into magical energy so they could reverse the process and fix the freaking planet. Because the theory would be that once that energy is restored, within a generation, crops would start growing regularly, and people would start being healthier, and animals would start being healthier, and etc., etc. If you're paying attention, this is also extremely similar to how the world works in Pillars of Eternity. So, there's like another setting that I probably unintentionally pulled from. But you get the idea. And so that would be one of the major threats. One of the other threats would, of course, be political, you know me. But no, I don't mean political in the traditional sense. I was envisioning effectively a form of tribal warfare, but not even full combat. It's more like there's so few resources, so they're not squabbling over oil, they're squabbling over food. That the various city-states are desperately trying to stay afloat in terms of keeping the people alive, right? Like, just really rip everyone down to the base bone levels in terms of the tech tree, so to speak. And yeah, you get it, Blade Cheval. Narsh and Figaro both have forms of technology, but Narsh has very few food resources. They can't really feed themselves, and Figaro's in the middle of a freaking desert. And you already see the problem there, right? How do they keep those people fed? So they start offering services in which they try to get trade going, and some people try to take advantage of them. And there's going to be this whole plot thread where Nikea, which is on the ocean and arguably controls the food trade, thanks to the aforementioned ocean access and their pre-existing naval fleet, would become kind of the new major power in global politics. And you get the general idea. And I was going to have a reclamation effort for Narsh, partially because there is tech there, partially because there are a few survivors scattered around the world who want their homes back. If you're not paying attention, there isn't really one central plot to this story, but that's on purpose. It was designed to be a now what, which means acknowledging and following through on all of the consequences, of which there's many. So each one would kind of form its own MSQ, if as it were, and you could just follow through on them in whatever order you wanted to. That would be the structure. What happened to the Cult of Kefka? So I had a really cool idea. I shouldn't say that, but I had an idea I liked that I thought was cool. That we would have Cult of Kefka members in basically every story, and just come up with the whole range of how they react, right? We could have people who are still devoted towards Kefka, who think he's going to come back. People who are just devoted towards the idea of killing in general. We could have people who have committed suicide or are suicidal and are being tried to talked out of it. We could have people who are like, oh my gosh, what was I doing? We could have people who are like, just cling to something else, like, I have become a member of the cult of Doma. And just run the gamut. So I was going to have pieces of the cult of Kefka everywhere. And in every town you'd go to, you'd find at least one of their members who's reacting in a different way to the dissolution of the cult and the death of Kefka. Anyways. Meanwhile, Valerian's like, I'm back! Could you repeat all that? Cult Tome. Good morning, classic game lover. Well, well, what we have here. Any idea what to do with these two, Ben? Ben, is that you? Oh, goodness. What are the chances of meeting at a time like this? Please, I'd appreciate if you'd ask your friend to produce the tome he has taken from me. Well, well, it's been a while, Thermoscent. Careful now. I was in the mood for some light reading, but if you or your friend so much take a step, your precious tome goes up in smoke. Parables of Saint Denis. I know this title. It's the one we were read as children. I recall Father Chisseau gave you his own copy before you left the broom for your higher learning. You know how much it means to me. I made a promise to him to keep its lessons dear to heart, and I've kept it with me ever since. All the more reason to burn it. Scatter the ashes and your dreams with them, because I'm pure evil. He taught us three the same. Why was I left to rot in this wretched place? Why not you or Leia? What made you so bloody special? Put the book down, Ben, or I'll see you burned as well. Of all the people. You best watch yourselves. The world's changing. We won't listen to your lies anymore. I'll make sure of that. Well, how much do you care about the book? Nope, not that much. Too long, too late. Yeah, that book's gone. A few seconds they might have salvaged it, but... Sacrilegious bastard. It's been badly charred. I'm sorry, you won't get much use out of it now. So, go burn him. You said you would. Go on. Burn him. Burn him! I'm just happy it's returned to me. You should have let him off the hook so easily, you know. Yeah? We must burn it. Sickness must be purged. You came to help me, yeah? No, I came to watch, apparently. Were it not for you, I certainly would have turned their hatred towards me soon after. I wish I could pay you for your services, but I live on a meager stipend, hardly enough for candles and ink. But could you tell me your name? I am Bookburner. That's your given name? Yeah, my parents were weird. Master Runner, I am sincerely grateful to you for your protection. I may not have much in the way of coin, but if you're ever in need of spiritual enlightenment, look no further than the cathedral. Yeah, yes, sure. Whatever, buddy. That's true, Blade Trifall. What does one do with a smoldering tome of parables? Oh my god, what is with it's the return of the dummy. Will they struggle to abide the lessons of its now blackened words, or rise from its ashes? This answer I eagerly await. Evilness, yes. Yes, good, good. Pure evil. And I don't even wash my hands after I go to the bathroom. I think Valerian really did leave. That sucks. Whatever. Tim asked a question anyways, which I will not answer right now. That's how evil I am. You've returned. The students seem less anxious. Business returned to normal. Oh dear, not again. Where are the patrols when they needed? They've been spread thin. Fortunately, this destroyer was willing to lend a hand. Oh, thank you for looking out for them. I am sister of the Saint Scholasticate. And I might ask, oh, I know your face. You're Master Runner, the one who had a hand in revealing the true history of the Holy See. Had a hand in. You mean to tell me I've been tasking the Master Runner as my errand boy? And you accepted it with such grace? Oh my gosh, Alona yourself could not have arranged such a curious encounter. On the contrary, I believe our meeting is the product of intervention most divine. Master Runner! If be so inclined, I would like to take you to meet the headmistress of the humble Scholasticate. Okay. Apparently, Tim. By your deeds was light shed on certain inconsistencies in Ishgard's history, and to a lesser extent the Church's teachings. Needless to say, the resulting controversy has strained the relationship between people and clergy. Yeah. The foundation of our great city-state rests on the wisdom of the Enchiridion. Alas, the lowborn, in particular, have suffered greatly as a result of erroneous interpretations. Some people have even begun to wonder if all our precepts have been thusly distorted. We of the Scholasticate are wont to reflect on these reflections deeper than most. Although we live as scholars, we have grown complacent, accepting a single interpretation set forth by the Archbishop and his predecessors. Although we are openly reevaluating our teachings, our students continue to be targeted by those who feel they have been deceived. As you yourself have no doubt seen, there are those who would rather purge the city, because sickness must be purged. But with you on our side, surely those miscreants would think twice before harming our students. I think we're apparently officially on bodyguard duty here. I should switch to paladin, please. It just seems appropriate. Plus, I could get a pittance of experience. That's better than nothing. I must take my leave. Now there's an idea. Nah, paladin could use the experience more. I think. Hang on. Oh, no, I'm right. Dark Knight is also 80. That's fair. Alright, fine. Dark Knight. I'm ready. I will kill everyone to save them. It's the only way to save them. Because this is Bloodborne, apparently. Do you think adding a cap, asks Tim, to the current gil, gold, money, etc. would be a good means to counterbalance the gold fountain? So, every MMO out there has a cap. It's just very high. Usually in the billions range. That being said, do I think such a cap could help counter this? Yes, but only if you make that cap much lower than whatever you're thinking. Like in FF14, for example, I'd probably put that cap at 1 million gil. Really lower that sucker. And for a lot of reasons, which I'm not sure I'm competent enough to actually explain. I could just say economics. Shrinking the range is the general idea there. Because right now the gap... You don't want the gap to be too big. That's the core problem. The gap is actually the issue. The distance between the rich and the poor is way too huge. And the distance between an average player and a high-end player is too large. There should be a distance. There should be rich people. There should be people who do better DPS. There should be people who are doing higher-end content. The gap should exist. The problem is, in most MMOs, the gap is you know, like this. Including FF14, I might add. Like, I have 2.9 million gil on me. I am dirt poor, comparatively. And y'all know this. I am actually on the verge of not being able to afford stuff in order to be able to push Crafter Quest, for example. I have leaned in several cases on other players, literally giving me millions of gil to keep this going. Thank you, other players. So, you know... Master Runner, welcome to the Scholasticate. I appreciate you coming all this way, but I'm afraid the headmistress is not here at the moment. She has taken leave to rest. Forgive me, you must meet another day. Oh, okay. Truly a pity. I was looking forward to your audience. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Father Bruv. In the headmistress's absence, I have been charged with tending to myriad administrative matters. While that would ordinarily constitute as simply waxing the seal to a pile of parchments, I've been forced to take a more hands-on approach. The deputy headmaster and I were just discussing a rather troubling event in the brew. Was it a book burning? I bet it was a book burning. Master Runner, are you familiar with the statue of Saint... No. The one at the center of the forum? House Zamail's stonemasons have been working on chiseling a new head, and one of our students has been tasked with overseeing their work. Unfortunately, this student has since reported the piece has vanished from the artisan's workshop. Given that it has little monetary value, Father Bruv and I cannot help but wonder if... You! No! Alright, I need to murder him. Murder time, fun time. I swear to God, you bring Hildebrand with you, I will kill you so hard. I swear to God. Lord, what brings you here of all places? Ah, don't tell me. You are the hero the students have been murmuring about. Can't say I'm surprised. You're acquainted with my nephew, Master Runner? Yes, mine uncle. You could say our paths have crossed more than once. An idea occurs to me. Lore is an adventurer of exceptional skill in combat and deduction, both. Pray allow me to appoint him as my assistant, associate in work at the Scholasticate. A prolonged association is likely to raise more than a few eyebrows, if not invite criticism. While I understand your concern, I'm willing to trust Briarden's judgment. Master Runner has shown nothing but compassion towards our students, and they should be grateful. At least permit me his company in ascertaining the piece's whereabouts. You may judge the value of our association later. Very well, but no one is to speak of this to the headmistress. I will allow Master Runner to accompany you, but only for the duration of the investigation, and be discreet. It's okay, we're both tall Elizon. No one will be able to tell us apart. I'll agree with you on that, actually, Tim. As weird as it's going to sound, one of the things I like most about FF14 is that I actually feel like I'm the main character in FF14. It's one of the reasons I got so damn angry when Rax Pseudo spoiled something for me a few days ago. It's like, oh, okay, that thing I love about the game isn't true. Well, that sucks. Because you know how many games don't pull off that vibe properly? Some games do a thing where they go, oh, you're so amazing, and just lick your boots. And some games do a thing where you're barely even there. And then there's games which manage to actually make you feel like the main character. And those games rock. Master Runner. Pleasant surprise. Praise be to Halone. Hi. So, asking after the statue piece. I made sure to lock the workshop door, so I'm not sure how it could have been taken, but worry not. I take full responsibility. I will personally see it returned. That won't be necessary. Inspector Briarden at your service. I am told you were recently harassed by several ruffians, and I suspect they may be responsible. What can you tell me about these men? Nothing. I've never seen them before in my life. Besides, why would they want to steal the piece? It makes no sense. In any event, the responsibility is mine. Now, if you'll excuse me. Right. Admirable sense of responsibility notwithstanding, he is very clearly hiding something. Stop doing that! God, who would actually do that on a regular basis? Lore, I think we may find our answers in the Foundation. While I make inquiries in the room, I ask you keep an eye on the forum. Yep, super sus. Super sus. This is what I do. I push up my glasses. You've probably seen me do that a few thousand times, because I've done that a few thousand times. How long is this chain, by the way? Because this is all that's in our way before we continue the story. Well, that and the optionals. Speaking of which, if anybody is on who wants to do optional dungeons, the door is just kind of open on that. For whenever. runner. How did you... I suppose I should be honest with you. I am certain the stolen piece is in that crate. I know you're helping the inspector, but I beg you, let me reason with Ben first. Okay. Well, I've got a giant sword. Ben, please return the statue and all will be forgiven. You do understand the consequence of what you're doing. Defiling a saint's monument is a serious crime. And as your dragoon who drew the Great Worm away from Ishgard, for all we know, that too was a lie. Everything was a lie. The Holy See and the bloody Highborn deceived us, Theo. They built their fortunes on our backs. But you, those miserable creatures are sealing the planet from Mother. But you would willingly believe those lies if it meant a better life for yourself. So would you, first of all. And second of all, no, he wouldn't. I knew you were behind this. You've been following Theo and me since we met in Broome. Da-da-da-da. Be careful, Lore. He's not going to give up without a fight. Oh, no! I love that reaction. Dark Knight was apparently the perfect class to pick for that. He won't go down without a fight. Gigantic sword. Glowing with Needhog strength. Wait. There you go again, turning up your nose and spewing stuff as if you're one of them. Don't you see I am doing what's right? I'm ridding us of these false heroes. Keep your bloody head in your library. Lessons filled with lies. Believe them all as you want. You're as bad as the rest. Fnoff. And I'm just sitting there thinking, damn it, I wanted to kill him. He is right to be angry. I dreamt of teaching our people to walk in Halone's grace, but when the scripture itself is called into question, how am I to find my own way? What should I do? You really? You're asking me this? My own path? You mean interpret the scripture on your own? Yeah, that's what you're supposed to frickin' do! What? Do your job! That's all well and good, but we won't change Ishgard by standing around in the snow. At least Ben left us the statue piece. We'd best return it before that prized peacock starts squawking to the deputy headmaster. Will you come too, Lore? I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Yeah, I'll carry it. I'm always the one carrying things around here. So if I was dropped into the Final Fantasy Tactics story, which side would I join if I had to pick one? That's extremely obvious to me. Before I answer that, what would all of you pick? You're dumped into FFT. Whose side do you pick? As to say, there's 5 sides I can think of right off the top of my head. Not counting little factions. Because there are little factions too, obviously. But 5 big sides. So let's keep it to the big ones. How strong are you? I don't know. What tier are we? Classic game lover. Tier questions always need to involve which tier we are. Hello, offshore Twitch account. I shall become the Dynast King. See, I was counting the Lucavi and the Church as the same faction for fairly obvious reasons, if you think about it. But I also wasn't counting really joining the Lucavi, because you can't actually join the Lucavi. It doesn't work that way. You can be taken over by a Lucavi. I don't think that's really a valid option. So let's eject the Lucavi from that list. Which leaves 5 factions. There appears to be something missing. Lore, pray tell, what became of the suspect? Surely those two wished to seek justice for the theft. That's on them. These two will tell you not, Inspector, for they are the culprits whom you seek. Who the hell is this asshole? Allow me to shed some light on the troubling situation. As son of House Zamael, it pained me to learn our artisan's work had been spirited away. So I saw fit to conduct my own investigation. Following Lee at a distance, only to find him and his friend consorting with the culprit. Camaraderie among orphans of the broom is to be expected, but to steal a saint's head so they may retrieve it to prove their merit. Oh, go to hell. And such desperation they would desecrate the tome in this matter. You would expect a seminarian to treat a holy text with the utmost care, even if they are but children's stories. Piss off, you priggish whoreson. Lord was there, he'll tell you you're wrong. Enough! You will all conduct yourself with decorum as befits seminarians. Leia will discuss penance for your foul language anon. Father, if I may, the next time the Scholasticate apportions work with the sacred monuments, pray entrust the task to me. I am certain the artisans of my house will be at ease, knowing their work is in cleaner, more dependable hands. And for my ignoble peers, if the comprehension of advanced scripture is still beyond you such that you require a tattered tome of children's lessons, allow me to procure you with a new copy of mine own coin. You need not thank me. House Zemail prides itself on its charity to the deprived. Translation. Yo mama! My tome, if you would. No. Offshore Twitch lover. Or offshore Twitch account. I do not make money off ads. I can never say that enough. I will never turn ads on. I will never make ads a thing. They will never be a thing on my show by my hand. So if you ever see ads on any aspect of my show, I didn't put them there. I cannot stress that enough. It actually angers me a little bit how many people think that I put ads on my show. Because they're wrong. Yeah, speaking of which, the gameplay negatives are up here. That side quest bundle didn't do the game any favors. Back to the game. Now what? You're completely hopeless. You shout just to acknowledge your own existence. Or, I mean... Yeah, I was gonna say, Zemail are always the bad guys. Have you noticed this? Durandare is usually okay as long as you're military. Aw, thanks. That's actually kind of sweet of her. Oh, I'd pick Ramza. 10 times out of 10. I'd probably die pretty horrifically in the task. But who gives a damn? What are the alternatives? Think about it for a second. Yeah, Delete is smart and capable and competent and would kill you without a second thought if it would advance his plot. Rums is a good person. The end. This is what happens when you let him walk over you. It'll be a miracle if we're not branded heretics by the end of this term. What is this, Harry Potter? Oh my god, he's even got the glasses. Consider this a warning. You were saved this time solely by Master Runner's integrity and the grace of the Fury, but I will not turn a blind eye if you continue to fraternize with questionable company. Oh yeah, Ramza's also superpowered, which is a nice touch. Delete is smart and capable and competent, but again, yeah, no. Hey, it's Dummy Man. We need to come up with a specific Dummy Man. The insurmountable wall between Highborn and Lowborn. I wonder, did our ancestors build it brick by brick, or was it fate that drove us apart? Where should we go from here? Dummy Man returns. I find it amusing that absolutely no one picked the northern sky or the southern sky. Which, I mean, duh, right? I mean, who would? I must apologize for the behavior of my students. They have been at each other's throats since the revelations came to light. As for your performance, you have surpassed my expectations, and I will allow you to assist Briarden in his work. Well done. If I may be so bold, Uncle, though I have but arrived, this is the only case we have investigated, I must say, I found this a rather waste of my talents. While theft is indeed a serious matter, I cannot help but wonder if this is merely some pretense. Surely you have a more pressing problem. An astute observation. I expected nothing less. There is indeed another matter. Matter. I had better start from the beginning. It would not do to involve Master Runner in our affairs without first ensuring he possesses proper understanding of how the seminary works, and how we've been forced to change. You see, most men and women of the cloth go on to live fulfilling lives as pastors, academics, and poets. However, those who graduate from the Scholasticate with the highest marks are given an opportunity to serve in the vault and perhaps one day rise to prominence. The stakes are quite high for those who seek such prestige, for they know full well their academic performance may determine their future. It is they who strive for top 3 seats that are granted the Scholasticate's official endorsement. The Trinity! And so those who wish to guide Ishgard's faithful spend their days culminating marks through academic pursuits, while at the same time honing their skills to persuade others to share their interpretations of Scripture. Up until now, it resulted in no more than the occasional lively debate, for the Holy See was ultimately responsible for dictating doctrine. Ranking was determined by one's familiarity with said doctrine. Hey! And rising through ranks through adherence to party doctrine. I've never heard of that one before. However, in light of recent events, that's no longer an option. Simply put, we cannot currently assess their academic performance in the traditional manner, as a significant portion of the curriculum has been called into question. As a result, we've been forced to consider more subjective methods. And in this time of uncertainty, students are wont to lash out at their peers, whom they fear will exploit this interim system to their advantage. Distressing, I suppose, but what does it have to do with us? I require your unparalleled skills of observation and deduction. The only way to put an end to this bickering between students is to ensure beyond a shadow of a doubt that our interim evaluations are conducted in a fair and equitable manner. I ask you to stand as observer. In other words, you want us to catch the cheaters. Precisely. Now then, I've received word the Headmistress has returned. Go introduce yourself. Actually, I mean, there is such a thing as schoolyard politics. That's a real concept. Especially when you get to the college range, which is what this is more like. I mean, granted, the type of politics I'm actually most personally familiar with is office politics, but that can get pretty bloodthirsty as well. Okay. I'm gonna assume it's out here. Do the Evilise games actually connect in a meaningful way? No. Or was it a shoehorned business decision? Yes. We've been expecting you. Headmistress Ilvain. May I have the pleasure to introduce the individuals who will be in charge of keeping order at the Scholasticate. This is Consulting Inspector Briarden and his associate, Death Machine. Lord Runner, I must say, Father Brav, your selections are rather appropriate. We thank you both for your service in this time of need. I trust Father Brav has briefed you on our humble seminary. St. Endelim's Scholasticate has produced Ishgard's finest clergy for centuries, including countless men and women who have served in the highest echelons of the Holy See. All of whom were spared a brutal death on the battlefield in service to a misguided war they perpetuated. Indeed, and they would not be entirely mistaken for saying that. While we were wholly unaware of the deception perpetuated by the archbishops, we did unwittingly sustain it, to our sorrow. The idea that we willingly subjected them to false precepts is, of course, preposterous, a contrived fantasy. Nevertheless, some fervently believe it true, and these selfsame individuals have come to view our instructors and students as targets for their misguided anger. It is of paramount import that we restore faith in the teachings. Yet how are we to regain the trust of the common man when our own seminarians are embroiled in childish squabbles? You refer to the tension regarding the interim evaluation system. Quite frankly, it is but one facet. Classes have become suspended until we complete our own painstaking review of the curriculum. Some students have taken leave, while more dedicated have taken upon themselves to conduct independent work to demonstrate their merits. We cannot allow this situation to continue indefinitely. Graduation is approaching. We must make our recommendations. Of course I do, Disco. But the senior class is divided. They know not how they will be evaluated. Rather, they understand how they'll be evaluated, but have no faith our methods will produce a fair result. A concern not without merit, I must confess. I, too, suspect that some may be driven to manipulate the interim system to their advantage. I expect some have already tried, but that is why we have brought in outside observers. Inspector Briarden, Death Machine. If anyone is engaging in unscrupulous behavior, I should have it brought to an end at once. Well, that's why I'm here. Giant sword. We're walking. We're walking. Okay, Disco. I appreciate it. It makes it easier to read that way. Yeah, you don't even want to see Super Runner. That's a terrifying thing right there. Now then, before we proceed, might you tell us a little bit about your students? Apologies, I'm Father Saturn. Your father Saturn? In addition to teaching the fundamentals of Hellenic polity, I also oversee fundraising for the stipends of underprivileged students. While I would like to help you, I think my opinion would not do them justice. I would suggest getting to know them yourselves. I feel the same way. The way in which the pupils speak in front of their instructors is not the same way they speak in front of themselves. In my 10 years of counseling, they have minded their etiquette and are not but cordial with me. However, I can recommend one of my students who is quite vocal. Mayhap you try speaking to the dormitory prefect. Given his closeness to the students' social affairs, he may also be able to give you insight into what they're talking about. I see him there. Ah, yes, silver-haired boy, son of House Zamael, as I recall. We shall heed your suggestion, given his duty and status. Yeah, this is just a politics cake, isn't it? You put the fork through and you come out with like 4 layers of politics here. I love it. I mean, I don't like political stories. Tim says, think on how strong you personally believe the Warrior Light is or should be. Okay. Which would be worse? The game confirming without a shadow of a doubt that the Warrior of Light is 1/10 of that or 10 times that. 1/10. No question. Being 10 times stronger than I think we should be is just whatever. Being a 10th that strong is horrible. And destroys half the game. Or more like 90% of the game. Has no one ever told you that brandishing weapons is frowned upon in places of enlightenment? Hang on, let me brandish my... Oh, it won't let me! Rest assured, my associate inspector draws his armaments only to resolve troublesome situations. Would you like to create a troublesome situation? Under the auspices of the headmistress, I'm sure. Very well. I am... As prefects of the Scholasticate dormitory, we are responsible for keeping the peace between our fellow seminarians. Oh my god. It's Cypher. This guy. Over here, hang on, can I... First person. It's Cypher! It's religious Cypher. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you not a foreigner who went to rather great lengths to expose the Archbishop's falsehoods, responsible for the reevaluation of the entire curriculum? Yeah. Quite the resolution, that. For what? Every great nation's history is marred by sins of the past. Alamigo, Ulda, Limsa, Laminsa, please. Every was built on a foundation of lies and blood. Which is not to say we elites should not learn from the mistakes, but we who have served as shepherds of the people for 1,000 years have a duty to maintain order. Would a Wainwright cast aside his father's best cart when it has but a broken wheel? No, he'd replace the wheel, you moron, which is you. God, you're dumb. I have absolutely no idea, Tim. My first thought was it's Hildebrand, but I don't know otherwise. Arcombadin? What a dumb name. I'm going to call you Cypher. Cypher and I have said as much to those who support a more radical approach. The last thing we need is young seminarians running about crying for reformation. I see. So you've been both quite active in convincing... So you're the traditionalists. Where's my sword? You've been quite active in convincing the other students to see things your way. How have you fared? Like I said, Blade Terval, he's dumb. 'Tis hardly a daunting task. Many seek comfort in consistency. Sister Gatail has asked us with bringing back the students who took leave. Why not let our results determine how persuasive we are? I thank you, gentlemen, for your cooperation and wish you the best of luck. Now then, Lore, let's go kill these people in their stupid, dumb faces. Done! Alright, so first I'm going to do this attack, and then I'm going to do this attack, and I'm going to do this attack. Alright, there's nothing left of them. We're full. I swear to God, if he actually mentions having a list, I am going to laugh. God attack, God attack. I'm alive, I made it. I survived it. You realize I am, in fact, a Dark Knight. Like, this is the Dark Knight class. Classic game level. That's why my attacks look like that. Listen, Omega Legion. I just need to murder them. You don't understand, officer. I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the crazy one. I'm sorry. Her name is Lascivious Lass. I want you to know that her name is Lascivious Lass. What am I, chopped liver? He was looking at me until you showed up. I see. You're helping Inspector Briarden. Pleasure to meet you. I am Claw, but you may address me by my first name, Claw. That would be funny, Omega Legion. No, that would be a Bethesda RPG. You start off in jail, which is funny because you actually do start ESO in jail. It's just more horrible than that. So what brings you to the Pillars? Could it be you observe how we go about convincing truant seminarians to return? By all means, let me show you how it's done. I must admit, I find many of those students rather intimidating, but thanks to Kla, I am convinced returning to the Scholasticate to resume my duties. We were discussing the responsibility of the Highborn to redress their imbalance. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear shall all be set free. So it's written in volume 11 of 72 articles of Halonic polity. Equal under her ever-watching gaze. Ah, that would you would grace our halls with your presence once more. That I might favor you with mine own gaze. I fondly recall seeing your lovely face buried in that tome. Oh, you did notice. I thought to pen a treatise on it, but I would not do to make once the volume vanished. Oh, so you helped Maith by searching for the tome? With how relevant the content has become these days, I suppose it's not surprising it would go missing. In any event, you've convinced me. I will gather my things and return straight away. Because you flirted with me. Yes, that is the way. One must seize the moment and act upon one's convictions. Life is fleeting, fragile. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I've done my part. I'm going to take a well-deserved nap with her. They're having sex. Anyways, alright, so, could Hildebrand survive Warhammer 40k? No, no, no. There's only one way that could go, and oh God, what's his name? Jacoda, help me out. What's the name of the bumbling idiot who became a hero of the Imperium? Because that's the way Hildebrand would go if they took that direction with it. Oh my God, I can't think of his name. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? That's it! Caiaphas Cain! That would be Hildebrand. Hero! Odd. Ah! Yeah, no. Hello. We were just about to visit our friends to convince them to return to studies. It's been difficult since we aren't held in high regard right now. The dormitory prefects made sure of that. It was do all in our power to motivate our friends to come back to the Scholasticate. And then we can strive for marks together. Yeah, and convince the peers that we're just as worthy as any Highborn in the clergy. Yeah, right. If Arco and... Sorry. Yeah, but you see my point. That's the direction you would take Hildebrand if he was in Warhammer 40k. If Cypher and his cronies receive the Scholasticate's endorsement, no one will listen to us. We can't let them take the Trinity. I'd rather not think of it that way. Let's just focus on bringing back as many people as we can. You know, Leia's playing for keeps here. Because this is politics. Thancred over to the side. But I thought, no, Thancred, shut up. This is politics. Canada Bangs asks, how'd you come up with the explain? So, you may or may not know this because I haven't done this in a while on purpose as a deliberate choice by my part, but I used to GM a lot. I've been GMing since I was 7. I have a bit of experience with it. I enjoy doing it. Here's the catch. Every now and again, you have explained something to one character, and you don't want to repeat yourself in real life to the other players who are sitting right there. Their characters didn't hear your explanation, but the players did. So the simplest and easiest way that we, and I do say we because my sister and I both came up with this, to just kind of get that across is explain. Sometimes more vocal, sometimes more adamant. Explain. And that's where that came from. Right then, let's see how competitive these students truly are. It brings me joy to see so many of our brothers and sisters return to the Scholasticate. Sister Cattell, the floor is yours. Thank you. I will now announce how many of our stray sheep each student has persuaded to come home. Both Themocent and Leia were able to bring back 1 student each. Jeanette guided 2 back to our arms. Cypher and Bob were able to convince 3 students to return, the most of all. Excellent work, all of you. What about the student Kremovoy convinced to return? Yeah, I'm just going to bring that up. You know, the lascivious woman. Actually, it was the woman next to this lascivious woman. Oh, is this true? Are we missing someone from the Count? This girl you speak of has formally withdrawn from the Scholasticate. Apparently, she was not all that enthusiastic about returning as she led him to believe. Mayhaps she chose to play along so he would cease his harassment. Perhaps it's for the best. She rarely engaged her fellow students. Instead chose to sit alone and read the Articles of Hellenic Polity. Given the recent revelations, I suspect she became disillusioned with the faith. Strange you would say that. When I last spoke with her, Ula was quite interested in Volume 11's equal under her ever-watchful gaze passage. One that you and your master would sooner pretend not exist. If she were the victim of harassment, I would expect it at your hands. Are you implying we had something to do with it because we did not share her views? What rot. You dishonor yourself and your house with such baseless accusations. Rather you would if aught remained of your house to dishonor. Oh my god! Can I kill these people yet? I yield, good sir, I yield. I lack the qualities the honorable sort Lord Asshole possesses, which enables him to deliver such observations. If Ula has withdrawn, I must mourn her departure by walking through the dormitory halls, reciting excerpts from Volume 11. How do you intend to do that? Volume 11 has been missing for some time now. The tomes are inconsequential if one has taken the words to heart. How fortunate we are that the wisdom of our forebears is not so easily forgotten. Would you not agree? Jesus! Wow! This is backbiting! Such impudence as befits a 6th son. For all his failings, his father was what? This is just like Yo Mama after Yo Mama in scholarly speak, but it is. Jesus Christ, I need a moment here. This is weird. Sorry about that. I actually knew that was coming, but I didn't expect it then. That was the bug sprayers. And you know me, I ended up chatting with her, because it's me. And yeah, I'm just staring at them both. I can murder them both right now. I'll show you how stupid you really are. At any rate, we are blessed with this handful of truants returned to us. Truly, it is the Furies will we overcome these trials and tribulations and move forward towards a singular vision of the future. So, 3 points from Slytherin. Yes, from. A student with a keen interest in a controversial precept who withdraws without explanation. This seems odd to me as well, mayhap worthy of our attention. Indeed. Let us murder everyone, starting with classic game lover. I mean, who actually likes classic games, honestly? Therefore, I posit that you are a liar, and you don't actually love classic games. You only love new, fancy games that are on phones that you can spend money on. Laura, were you present when Kremvo spoke with the law? Yeah. That's a good question. Who did write this questline? Do we know? She was indeed enthusiastic about returning. Why'd she decide to withdraw? Kremvoy all but accused Archie of having a hand in it, as well as the disappearance of this Volume 11. Not more than slander spoken in anger, perhaps, but the situation does merit further investigation. We look forward to the results. Master Runner, if I might have a word in private... Yeah, sure, Saturn. I think Briarden is 100 times more interesting without Hildebrand. Who are you? Interesting. What does she have to say? I'm sure you're wondering why I always stare at Theomison. He always seems so confident. The Dorcas seems so confident. I don't have any outstanding talents. I get discouraged easily, but when he's around, I feel positive about what I can accomplish. Girl, it's okay. You can crush on him. I don't care. Hang on, hang on. There we go. That's all I have to say to those two. Oh my goodness. By the way, I'm leaning strongly towards positives for this, even ignoring the fact that this is my bag. Politics story. Sorry. Let's get the plural correct there. But in addition to that, this is actually pretty well written. Like, the dialogue here is legit. She had a crush, and now she's crushed. Fuck you! Or, sorry. I would send it, Disco. Sorry, I've been processing your question for a minute. I do care, it's just, you asked me a complex thing, and you're dealing with something that I'd rather not deal with. Like, in your position, I would just be like, go away, you know? By the way, if someone knocks at your door a sufficient amount of times, that actually does legally qualify as harassment, which is something you can call the cops on. Just something to be kept in mind. Becoming Master Runner, you're already acquainted with my 2 best students. Oh yeah, make sure you have some kind of evidence of that, too. Like, just record them on your phone or something. So, what's up? They have sought my counsel in their quest to obtain the Trinity seats, and I have been more than willing to oblige them out of a desire to ensure all students are given equal opportunity. I'm not blind to the machinations of the Highborn. I know not what those assholes said to you, but I advise you weigh it carefully. You witnessed their treatment of a fellow Highborn student, did you not? It should come as no surprise they regard their lowborn peers far more harshly, discriminating against them with whatever means at their disposal. Those two believe the less fortunate students lack the potential to become great clergymen. But if they can obtain the highest marks and secure their places through hard work and virtue, then these misguided beliefs are proven wrong. Agreed with that, Disco. Getting the site staff involved is probably not a bad idea, assuming your site staff are not crap. Obviously, that varies from place to place. Even if we were to succeed, what difference would it make? Those who disagree will not be so easily swayed, and those who sympathize will be reluctant to speak out of fear of reprisal. And you must find allies who are fearless. Master Runner, have you come across anyone who fits that description? What about Kremavoy? God, duh. I thought so as well. He seems to treat everyone the same, and he defended Ullah's honor at the assembly. Highborn Lecher, who skips out on sessions so he can't stay awake for the ones he attends? Are you daft? If he did help us, I wouldn't even want it. No need to dismiss him out of hand. As he said, he spoke out openly against Archie and Lebry on behalf of Ullah. He might be willing to do the same for you two. We're actually helping them gain allies. This is such a political story. I love this. Very well. Will you accompany them? One cannot be too careful. Yes, I'll be a bodyguard. That sounds like an ability someone should have. Maybe in like a turn-based, grid-based tactical game. Intimidation. Enemies have to roll and succeed at a willpower save or something in order to successfully attack the target they are protecting. Hey look, it's the lascivious lass! What does she have to say? I was so close. I'm not going to get anywhere at this rate. I thought he'd be more receptive to my appeal, but it seems he seems annoyed. Can't you and Freckles see we're busy? Freckles, you have a way with words, my dear. She is quite right. You know, we have more pressing matters to attend to. Come away, please. Will you not help our cause? I believe us to be like-minded individuals, those who choose a new path for the church based on principles of so forthright and earnest. So adorable! I can hardly resist pinching those soft, supple cheeks. Oh, for the love of... Come on, darling. Let's go somewhere that will afford us privacy. And offer our generous. Good luck with whatever it is you're about, Freckles. Sex time! He's gone. No, I cannot give up. I will not leave his side until he hears me out. Dude, you're literally blue-balling him. Oh my god. Okay. Bro code. Bro code. Do I think an entire political-based MMO is possible? I should hope so, otherwise EVE Online is just a figment of my imagination. Terra experimented with that. I don't know, how many of you even remember Terra? How many of you remember Terra as anything other than a sex simulator? That's a better question. An unfair comparison, by the way, but Terra actually tried this whole thing for a while, where there was actually elections. Different guilds would vie for control over areas, and there were actually votes. It was actually kind of a cool concept. Where is this person? Oh, Terra's been dying pretty much since it came out. EVE Online is super a political MMO. It is economic politics, but it is definitely politics. Where? Oh, there we go. I didn't even see the thing. God. Hey, look, it's the lascivious lass. Wait, is she robbing him? She is! She's mugging his ass. It's not too hasty. I'm sure we could resolve this peacefully. Great, so long as you don't try something stupid and give me cause to cut his throat. Really, lady? Did I not tell you I was preoccupied? You there, take Freckles out of here. That would be a good time to attack her. Right there. Release him or I'll summon the watch. Don't you dare. The affairs of House Minotny are none of your concern. She demands recompense, and rightly so. If I must pay with my life, so be it. I will not allow it. I am Harry Potter, damn it! Oh, don't look so glum. If I must look upon your freckled face before I ascend to Hallone's halls, I'd rather you fared with a smile or some such. Father's sins are mine alone to bear now. Mine alone to answer for. I must pay for my sins of... Or rather, my father's sins, because that's apparently Ishgard's national motto. Sins of the father. That's literally the motto of the nation. Oh my god. If to recompense you desire, then you shall have it, but not with his life. I mean, I could kill her if you'd rather. The Fury forgives not those who kill their fellow man for wanton purpose. Permit him to address your grievances with coin, and we have justice without sin. Furthermore, I offer myself to you as hostage in his place, that he might be free to secure sufficient ransom. God, this is such a political story, and I love it! I will not abandon such a pious soul, one who shares my desire to make the world a better place. We're not so different, you and I. We're not so different. We have chances to make amends for the sins of our fathers, to make Ishgard whole again. I cannot do it without you. Wobbly lip. You really are something else. Making a bloody speech about changing the world at a time like this. I offer the wealth of House Blah as ransom. If the lady agrees to the terms, I will go and retrieve it at once. She's like, no, I'd just rather kill him. I'll take her silences. Yes! Now then, come. I've always wanted to tie someone up. Really? Really? That's... I would hold off, Disco. Until at which point the neighbor does anything to reciprocate. If they do, then send the note and then escalate. You better hope that no one walk this way, or your friend will pay the price. I'm sorry. Headless woman says what? Shunk! It's amusing to me how many times we just stand here and watch people be taken hostage. We're just like, yeah, whatever. I ain't getting paid. Munch on a sweet roll. You'll have to travel to my family's old estate. Can I just kill her? Can I knock her out? I can hit her with the flat side of the blade. I can do Cloud. I've played Dissidia. I was gonna say, hey, it's Amaric. It's whatever. So, Tim asks, what is the dumbest adult character that you still found endearing? Well, that is a tough one, because I generally don't like dumb characters. But the very first character that comes to my mind is actually Darth Malak from KOTOR, who I do like. I'll kill you, Disco! Oh, shoot. Right. That kind of proves your point, doesn't it? But wait! I'm a bad guy who's also a good guy, because I'll res you. Oh, I probably should have gotten the sword out of you before I resed you, huh? It's fine. It's a feature you've got now. You've got a great conversation piece. What's with the sword? You know. Forgive me, my family's fortune is buried not far from here, but I would rather retrieve it alone. Pray return for a moment. Keep watch for bandits. Ugh. Why do churchwomen in games and fiction have to be so super holy and devout, and also they sleep around? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Including in this very game. Oh yeah, Dark Knight. Playing Dark Knight. Yeah, we need some non-lethal abilities. Can I just switch to Monk really quick? I hit them for 42 non-lethal damage. They have 5 health! Then they're very unconscious. Actually, funny fact, in several pen and paper rules, the way that works is... So, you hit them with non-lethal, and what it does is it goes into the negatives, but it's all non-lethal, so that effectively forms a timer for how long they're unconscious. And every minute, they restore 1 health. So if they're at negative 50, they're going to be unconscious for almost an hour, until finally, I'm awake. Now, the funny thing is, if you continue to abuse this system, what you can do is just kind of keep beating on them while they're unconscious to increase the unconscious timer. So it's like, alright, I think they're going to wake up in a few minutes. Alright, that should give us another hour. Yeah, there's 1 billion non-lethal damage. Let me do some math. Good morning, Ross. Oh, I never got to tell you, Ross. I actually managed to get a hold of a smoothie, soap, thing, shake, thing, Irish shake. No, that sounds green shake. I got a green shake Sunday. quite good. It mostly melted before I got home, so I had to go. Shamrock, that's what they're called. It's about time. It's freezing. I had half a mind to skin this one to keep him warm. Now hand it over. There you go. There you are, the entire fortune that was bequeathed to me. Share it with your people as recompense, starting with the families of the bereaved. On behalf of half of house whatever, I am truly sorry. She just runs off. Yeah, non-lethal counts for good. It did in Cyberpunk. Alright, now I need to go hunt her down because someone is just suddenly robbed. It's weird. Theo, what have you gotten yourself in? I swear I'll leave you alone for a moment. I was never in any danger. I prayed to the Fury. No. No, I'm the one who saved you. Yeah, the Crippler returns! Don't worry, I'll make sure you never die. Think nothing of it. I, too, lost my father, so if you ever need to speak about it, you can confide in me as a friend. Oh my god, that one's Draco and that one's Harry, and they're gonna kiss! My father sought to curry favor with the Holy See, so was raised great levies to send to the front lines. Honor was his prize, but bought with the blood of subjects, and eventually all his own. The small folk came to resent the demands for service, and when the truth of war was revealed, they revolted. The mob overran the manor guard, and my father and 5 brothers perished at their hands. Had I not been away, I would have died with them. Our fortunes had grown poor following the calamities, and since I was the youngest, Father bid me to make my own way, so I enrolled in the Scholasticate with hopes to become a bishop to bring honor to myself and to my house. But now... well, there's no use dwelling on what could have been. We must look to the future and do what we can to make Ishgard whole again. Every moment is sacred. Every moment sacred. Well said, well said. Together you may yet bring about lasting change. I mean, it's been implied... we talked about this, Omega. It's implied several times that obviously the city-state is slowly dying out, but that they've been really bleeding out over the last 5 years. I agree, it's astonishing that they're alive at all, and frankly, if they hadn't opened the trading doors to Gridania, they probably wouldn't be. Ishgard wasn't built in a day. We got this. Is this song playing for this? No, whatever. Alright, we formed the Erko faction? The Drake-er faction? I nearly forgot. Inspector Briarden was looking for you. Yeah, sure, I'll go check. I don't... okay, Disco, apparently I'm not being clear. I shall try to be very, very clear. Do not send the note. If, under any circumstances whatsoever, the escalation is done by them and not by you, send the note immediately. In short, leave escalation in their hands, not in yours. If that doesn't make sense, then I have failed miserably and I give up. Delete question. Herco? Well then, have you anything to report? Kind of. A former subject of House Maiden demanding recompense for the deeds of his father. How fortunate the situation was resolved peacefully. Yep. Sins of the father. My investigation has been less productive, unfortunately. I thought to speak with Ula, the student who withdrew, but I can't find her anywhere. The same must be said of the infamous Volume 11, which contains passages extolling the virtues of equality. Well, that's interesting. Like the girl, it has vanished without a trace. Circumstances surrounding these incidents suggest deliberate intent. Someone would be attempting to turn this tenuous state of affairs to their advantage, but if so, to what end? Are you stupid? For one For 1,000 years, a sickness has ravaged our city. It has festered within the hearts and minds of our citizens, and our clergy especially. Treating it will be a long and arduous process. I suggest fire. It's wonderful at this sort of thing. Our role in that process is clear: to diagnose and root out the root of the Scholasticate's ailments. If there's malicious work, it's our duty to see justice done. Yeah, could you imagine being equal? Ridiculous. Sickness must be purged. Sickness must be purged. Do I have to click this? Nope, it's just playing. Uh-oh. You got this, Evo. Don't worry. Maybe. Possibly. Look, think about it this way. Think about the worst possible thing that can happen, and then prep yourself for that, and then whatever happens, it'll be chill, right? No issues. If it isn't my trusted associate, back from the field. As you'll doubtless have seen for yourself, change is sweeping through Ishgard. And the veil, what's once threatened to smother the hearts and minds of our people, is slowly but surely being lifting. 'Tis as if our fair city is being born anew. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Let's do it. Literally all he was doing was recapping the last quest. That's why I was just blah-blahing my way through that. Of course, people deserve better because... Listen, I don't wanna. She's been so distracted. I'm simply lucky if I could just get a good morning from her. Ever since Ula left, she's been rushing around the city like a madwoman, trying to find information on the girl, like she might have been excused to talk to Themison. No, I know, Omega Legion. I get it. I get it. Recaps are a necessary evil. They are still an evil. I still dislike recaps in fiction. I always have. I always will. But I get why they're there. The lessons of Volume 11 resonate deeply with Ula. You would often stay up to the small hours reading them. She might take up with the revolutionaries. How many times must I say this? Ula was not coerced into leaving, nor was she abducted, nor did she die from a fictitious disease. She quit. Is it so difficult to understand? Oh, God! Oh, God, the pain! Ah! One of the seniors told me he'd been diagnosed with something called lung rot. She's too weak to attend any of the classes. Oh, it's terrifying. Lung rot. The only real unexpected change here is Lei's attitude towards Kremovoy. He really seems to have warmed to him. He even went so far as to initiate a conversation. It's true, he spoke to me. Not out of fondness, though. He just hates me less than he values Ula's safe return. I do hope they find Ula's own, for their own sake, if not her own. The way those two have been pushing themselves, they're going to collapse from exhaustion. Rotting lung. God, that sounds horrific. Welcome back. What a pleasant surprise. How might I be of service to you this day? Oh, in the wake of Ula's withdrawal, he and Leia have devoted their every waking moment to the task of uncovering their whereabouts. They are quite adamant that the girl must be found and persuaded. Matter of fact, they approached me to go to this place, and okay, let's go. So, what is the alternative to recaps? Don't do recaps. Now, hold on. It's actually trickier than that. So let's assume for a moment that you have a story covering Omega Legion Classic Game Lover, Evolyani, Disco Inferno, and Blade Torval, okay? Now all of those are proper names, which is why I'm making this example there too. So let's say that you have a quest, or a show, or a game, or a book, or a movie, that pauses for a bit, okay? And then you come back to it after it's been a few months, or weeks, or years, and say, don't open the story with Alright, classic game lover and Blade Javal need to go to the Forterranen place in order to stop Evo from destroying classic game lover, who is secretly with Omega Legion, and Ross with regards to Tim. Don't do a bunch of proper name dropping. That's not going to work out. Don't do that. Just start the story naturally and smoothly, and allow it to progress naturally and smoothly. There, too, what you will have is a situation in which they'll be able to get back into the swing of things as their memory is jogged by actions and events, rather than trying to dump a bunch of proper names on them. By the way, this same advice also applies when you're trying to start a story that is en medias res. Don't start an en medias res story with proper name, proper name, proper name. Start it with maybe one, possibly two. But then start it with action, events, and consequences. Show what's happening, show why it's happening, and allow the viewer and player and whatever to figure out things as you go. Pick up the pieces, so to speak. In short, my advice for avoiding recaps is to just trust in the general intelligence of the audience. Don't treat them like they're stupid. They're not. Yeah, exactly. There's just... It is a little bit surprises me how many people just think, no, wait, they're stupid. That does require good writing. Lore shock. I don't know what else to say to that. That requires writing, yes. Lore, it really is you. We should be reunited amidst the snowy peaks. It's nothing short of a miracle. I sense the hands of the divine. You realize Halone doesn't exist, right? My apologies. Excitement got the better of me. That is true, Omega Legion, but in my personal opinion, treating the audience like they're stupid, whether they are stupid or not, is never the right call. Excitement got the better of me, Lore. This is the resting place of Father Chisal, the man who found room in his heart for two waifs from across the street, granting them the opportunity to rise above their station in life. Do you perchance recall the book was stolen from Theo, burned by the lost soul? We thought of him as a brother. It was one of his last mementos we had of the man. Now, thus to remind us of him is this place. Well, that's a sentence. Indeed, while we are often coming here to seek solace and guidance in his blessed presence, today our purpose is more practical. With our search for Ula at an impasse, we hoped you might grant us inspiration. That's why I believe our meeting with you here in this hour of need is a sign from above. I take it from this we are not meant to bear this burden alone, but the obstacles we face can only be surmounted by working in concert with others. Ula's disappearance has thrown the Scholasticate into turmoil, and the long simmering mistrust between those of noble and ignoble birth has boiled over into outright hatred. More than ever, we must join hands and be cool. And be cool. Yep, we must be cool. We must be cool! Indeed, yes, we must be cool. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We haven't found her yet, so fear not. With Lore here, we will find her, and then we will be cool. God, at this point, Zach Taft, I'm thinking just aim it at those two assholes. Not the two who were just on screen. They're fine. The two back in town. Just... Really, Disco? Oh, we should do that immediately. Just typing something up on Discord, hoping for some recruits. Actually, ironically, I tend to hate that, like, a lot. Classic game loader. So let me name an example of recapping which I specifically hate. It's in Babylon 5. Now, Babylon 5 is a very contiguous, continuity-heavy story, so I sure hope you've been paying attention to everything, because if you haven't, you're probably going to miss stuff, right? But here's the thing. They do the worst type of recapping in that, straight up showing the flashback of the events when it becomes relevant. And that sucks, in my opinion. It's the worst kind of treating you like you're stupid. my opinion. That's not true. I can think of one more worse kind of treating you stupid, but I can't even think of an example of that off the top of my head because I tend to avoid fiction that really treats you like you're stupid. Like, treat you like you're stupid stuff is just awful. You know what I'm talking about, right? Let's see. We need to find the book that's orange. Gosh, I wonder which one of these books is orange. Well, one of these books might be orange. Wait, Lore! Don't you understand? If you look for the book that's a different color, you might be able to find one that's orange! You're right. I just have to look for the book that's a different... I hate this crap, and I'm barely exaggerating. That's the worst. Treat the audience like they're stupid. Ugh. No, I'm not even referring to kids' stories, because I do think bad kids' shows do that improperly. I do. That's a whole other discussion I don't want to get into right now. But I've seen this from things that are supposedly targeted for adults. Mostly in video games. There is so... like... Okay. I'm going to get flamed for this, but Persona 5 does this. Persona 5... It doesn't do it all the time, but Persona 5 periodically treats the audience like they're a brain-dead moron who has to be explained to, very carefully, how to find the book that is orange. And it has to have that person jump in, and then that person jump in, and then that person, 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 and then it's there, and then you do this, and this, this, and this, and then 20 minutes pass, and then you pick out the book that's orange. Hi. I see, yes. The two of them has always shared a special bond with Father. One that only seems to have grown stronger with his passing. It is encouraging to see that they have taken their lessons to heart and continue to work so fervently for the good of their fellow students. I fear, however, that a dark and treacherous path lies ahead of them. I only pray that when the time comes, they are ready for whatever challenges await. Wait, is it orange? Hang on, let's have a 15-minute discussion about whether or not it's orange. God damn it. Master Runner, just the man I was hoping to see. I am sorry to say that a rather disturbing rumor has been circulating. Yes, he's totally behind it. Uh-huh, yep, he's evil. Yep, we know this. He's totally behind it. Just let me kill him! God, please! I need to. I need to kill him. I need it. It's more than a hunger. Yeah, but yeah, okay, so to use another example from a game that people are more comfortable making fun of, Final Fantasy X-2 periodically treats the audience like you're an idiot. Which actually irritates the piss out of me, especially since FF10-2 has so many good elements of story to it. And then it treats the audience like they're a moron. Keymon? Monkey! Oh my god. I hate that goddamn cutscene so goddamn much. And I like 10-2. Kingdom Hearts does occasionally treat its audience like it's an idiot. Let me guess, you thought you'd come investigate me for how evil I am, right? Yeah. Well, you know that he's an innocent. He has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with any of this nonsense. I've known him since childhood, and he is somewhat high-handed and maybe even callous. He would never do anything to harm anyone. That's not enough. There's also the fact that in the days and weeks prior to Ulla's disappearance, I was not out of his company for more than a few moments. He cannot possibly have committed the crime of which he is accused without my knowledge. Whoever orchestrated this is clearly planning to the blame to fall squarely on his shoulders. Yet numerous as the enemies of House Zamail are, maybe it's because you're all assholes, I struggle to think who would resort to do something so underhanded. Unless it was the girl herself. Don't you see, what better way to besmirch the good name of one of Ishgard's foremost houses of assholes to win over your peers than to vanish and spread rumors that he was responsible, then go to plant... that... Oh my gosh. I swear that you'll tell nobody but the inspector what I'm about to reveal. Okay. love my clawed hands here. I stumbled across this. Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity. It had been conspicuously placed in Ark's dormitory room, with Ulah's favorite bookmark tucked between its pages. I hardly need to tell you what would happen if people were to learn of this. 'Tis but a mercy I chanced upon it, and not one of the more credulous. However, now that we have deduced who the perpetrator is, it should be simple enough to restore his reputation. All we have to do is prove she and her revolutionary friends are responsible. Were I a braver and more foolish man, I would march down to the broom and demand its answer. But you, a hero blessed with the strength of 100, need not fear your well-being there as I do. Alright. In the interest of honesty, I will go ahead and investigate this. In the off chance that he is, in fact, innocent. He is still an asshole. But... Wait. People playtest video games, Evo? By the way, I do hope your work is received well. I'm curious what you mean by we were all like, your writing is terrible, because I don't remember that. Did I say that? Yeah, innocent assholes are still innocent. They're still assholes, so screw them. But I'm not going to go after you for not wearing pink if you're wearing pink. Or vice versa, for that matter. I actually had a whole rant about that, believe it or not. Hi, Dr. Winter. Ah, your return. Please tell me your inquiries have had more fruitful than mine own. Yeah, so... about that. This is the missing volume. How'd you ever find it? So, he believes Ular, one of her friends, planted it in the room as part of an elaborate scheme to defame House Zamail. Not that Zamail needs the help. I continue to be amazed by what ridiculous conspiracies the children can convince themselves are true. As if the future of Ishgardian society will be shaped by the actions of some few ambitious seminarians. Hey, Briarden, did you go to school? Did you remember this crap? Fine, I'll go to the broom. The broom. For those of you who've never heard that speech, by the way, the whole point is, a lot of people think that if someone's, you know, an acceptable target, whether they're an asshole or a dick or an enemy or whatever, that you could just accuse them of whatever and it's free. That you can just go after them for everything, and even if it's not true, it doesn't matter because they're a dick anyways, who gives a damn. To be clear, I don't agree with that mentality. If there's someone who's a dick, then they're a dick, but you can't go after them for wearing pink if they're not wearing pink because they're not wearing pink. If you're going to accuse someone, accuse them of something they've actually done. Sorry, it's a huge sore spot for me, and it irritates the piss out of me when people do it, because people do it all the freaking time. Blizzard, excuse me. You're not about to ask me to do a favor, are you? You'll forgive me for being suspicious, but the other day a man draped from head to toe from fine silks approached me all nervous and twitching. He tossed a purse at my feet, saying the gill and it was mine for the taking. All I had to do was head to the crozier, buy him a couple of vials of cough syrup. Tempting as it was, I wasn't going to get involved in someone's shady scheme, so I told him to piss off. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't get involved with the drug trade either. Personally. So that guy has a brain. It's nice to see people who have brains. It's a weird variance. Leave me be. I've got nothing to say to you. Oh, you think I'm going to help kidnap a girl? God's sakes. You make a fine pair, don't you? The only time when you come around is when you're looking for someone to blame. Sorry to disappoint you. You better look harassing those blue bloods. They know how to deal with inconveniences, don't they? Fnarf. Fnarf. Oh, gotcha. I do stand by that firmly. Therefore, Evo, I'm afraid I must give you an F minus minus. Wait. No. I'll change my mind. I will give you an A minus. Minus. distinctly recall telling you once my patrons appreciate their privacy. Still, I know you wouldn't ask if we're important, so I'll oblige you. This hasn't got anything to do with your missing girl, mind, but a few days back, this fellow comes in, pays his tab in full. Surprising development, I'd written it off as a loss. Came into money, he says, and has a mind to settle debts. Pleased his hand by changing fortunes, all the while I'm wondering who he left bleeding in an alley to get that much gil at once. Yeah, no kidding! Yeah, bartender guy's been pretty legit this whole game. You notice that? It's like, look. I need to know about this. Okay. I trust you. Here's some intel. That's true, Evo. An F- for not knowing what you're writing, but an A- for whatever you wrote. That's true. Anyone who gets along with Totaro is a good sword, including me. But while the bookmark suggests the volume 11 was within her possession, it does not tell us when. I decided to pay a visit to the library. Sure enough, her signature was in the logs, indicating she was the last person to have borrowed the tome. I compared the handwriting to samples from her old assignments to be sure, and found no irregularities. Good job on the due diligence there. One might argue this supports his theory, but it's far from conclusive evidence. I suppose you cannot use those vaunted powers of yours to grant us a vision of the past? Yeah, it doesn't work that way. We shall rely on traditional memories. So, what came of your inquiries to the broom? Well... nothing, but that's to be expected, is it not? I'm reminded how ridiculous the two scenarios presented to us truly are. Is it not more likely that both the girl and the dude are innocent of wrongdoing? Other than being an asshole? We must continue searching. Okay. Let us continue. Listen, Evo, as long as you don't start your story with, as you know, last time on Evo Trek 9, and then recap the last story for me, I think we're good. Yeah, the Echo would make several things easy. It's kind of funny how little we can rely on it. Cough, cough. Ugh, now what? As you know. I'm just suddenly picturing, Evo, your story starts with a guy plummeting through the air. Ah! And then he looks up and says, here's the weather report. And yes, that's a reference. Props if you get it. It's a hell of a way to do a hook, isn't it? In fact, non sequiturs usually work quite well as a hook. The catch is following through on it. Yeah, there is something worse than as you know. Know that I know the knowing of thy knowing is known to me. Of course, I don't know where she is. While I may be in charge of the dormitory, it's not my responsibility to hold the seminarians' hands or wipe their arses. Okay, well, that was all useless. So, the context, ironically, doesn't make it any less weird. I'm going to speak in vague terms, but there's a villain in a certain story who is trying to make the world more awesome in order to weaken the fabric of reality between the mundane world and the awesome world, which is what he's from, the villain. And so the villain is trying to make everything more awesome in order to make it so that his world can replace the mundane world, and then he can be back in the awesome world. So he has the news, he takes over the local news station and has the weather reporter give the weather report while plummeting through the sky in order to be caught by a giant eagle in order to make the news more awesome. Blaze. You startled me. I'm here for Ula's sake. It's all per my investigation, I swear. Girl. Does it work? I'm not going to spoil that. Oh no, he's really evil. Evil, like he is so messed up. Does not care about other people at all. Evil. He is pretty sociopathic. Wait, you're not a seminarian, and yet you seem so familiar. I know, you're my brother's associate. Wait, you're Briarden's sister? This is the Scholasticate chain, Lineruth, a late Heaven's Word story quest that you don't even unlock until a while, and I've actually never done. Immediately after this, we will be doing either dungeons, or we will go ahead and be doing the main story quest continuation, because I might not have people on to do dungeons, but that's where we're at. Pleasure to finally meet you. Hi, we've met twice. Oh, right. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I spent all day questioning merchants, watchmen, and random passerbys. They told me absolutely nothing of interest. Except that how dreamy he is. Gush later. Blaze, what are you doing here? I don't know, Lunareth. I really don't. I don't actually remember what's required to unlock those dungeons. They're blue quests. List. So now you're going to ask. Let's see, we've got Neverreap, the Fractal Continuum, Saint Mosian's Arboretum, Pharaoh Sirius hard, Lost City of Amdapor hard, Hullbreaker Island hard, Great Google Library hard, and Somal hard. We've done all the raid stuff. We did that last week. One of the first things I did after the MSQ. Why are they laughing? You. Yeah, generally I try to do the raid stuff immediately after the MSQ, because that's where it usually sits best, narratively. By the Fury, this is 100 full films long! I can't even begin to imagine the amount of effort it took to organize all this information. It's incredibly disheartening, heartening, to know there are others as dedicated to us as seeing Ula returned. Yep, now the read through way too much intel. Yeah, I'm not going to read that out loud because that's a word-for-word recitation of what several people have been saying. Wow. Damn it, that's enough! None of that rubbish is even remotely relevant. Let me read it. Now, don't you think you're being too hasty? We've not gotten even a third of the way through. Yeah, let's not dismiss our work out of hand. Thank you for your kind words. I'm glad you think I may be of use. Oh, go kiss. God. Yeah, we need to find thing. Though we lack the skill to determine the relevant from the mundane, a certain inspector is good at such things. Yeah, Briarden parsed this. Oh, I'm parsing this now. Okay. Whatever. I'm awake. What's going on? I'm ready to kill people. You see, this is why Xenos is my one true love. Because we both just desperately want to kill each other. It's all that keeps us alive. Enjoy, Evo. I'd say let us know how it goes, but I don't know if we'll ever see you again. Do you recall Gibralon's patron who recently paid off his debts, and the gentleman attempting to attain cough syrup? Upon further investigation, they share one astonishingly similar feature, a pale raised scar from the top of their left cheekbone to their jaw. It so happens that this description matches a notorious thug known to hang out outside of taverns and harass patrons for coin, until an unexpected windfall saw his fortunes vastly improve. He is now rumored to make a living as a traveling merchant, though where and what he sells none can say. We shall find out in due time. But what have you learned? Here's a lot of data. By the Fury. This is longer than some scripture. Compiled in a day? Remarkable. Anyways. Yes, we've already read this. Vienne Mestino bought my whole stock of cough syrup every day for the past week. Passing strange, needless to say, so I followed him and found he was reselling my products to another. The nerve of some people. Resellers are the worst. A gentleman procuring cough medicine through a third party. That has a familiar ring to it. A man with a questionable past comes into wealth into playing into being a merchant who happens to be traveling with a young girl prone to fits of coughing. Let's see. Can I use my brain here? Sure, whatever. Correct, Robostall. Today we will start the MSQ 2.0. Like, pretty much guaranteed. Even if we don't start the dungeons, we'll just do them later. Which is good, because this Heavensward desperately needs a gameplay positive boost. For God's sakes, if someone go stab you as in Corp for me, I'll pay you 3 bottles of cough syrup. Let's see. Classic Game Over says, do you dislike recaps at the start of Star Trek episodes? Kappa. A little bit, yeah. Especially since they kind of actually get in the way of certain elements of storytelling and kind of diminish the way that the episodes are constructed. But there is such a thing as a good last time on. It's just, I'm not a huge fan of it overall. I didn't skip Stormblood, I just hated Stormblood and then quit the game in the middle of it. For like a year. Or 3. If he comes this way to purchase food and medicines as well as frequently as the notes indicate, we shouldn't have to wait long. That scar, those robes! That's our man. Dun dun dun. So let's go get him! Pleasure to see you again, sir. The usual. And don't forget the you-know-what. I'm ready to kill. Kill mode engaged. Must let him out of our sight. Really? Okay. So Ross is gone, so I'll save that question. What's the worst cutscene incompetence you've seen so far? In this game? Oh, jeez, that's tough. Because it's all the same, so it's all equally bad. Like, us just watching that girl hold a knife to that dude's throat. That was cutscene incompetence. We could have easily gotten involved and easily prevented her from doing anything to him. But no, we're just going to sit here and just watch. Everything's cool. Don't mind us. I'll be reading at my pace everything that isn't, you know, voice acted, Luneruth. And I'll be reading other stuff out loud like I'm doing right now. Our suspect just passed through the Ark of the Worthy, where there are like to be fewer people. Take care not to be spotted. Yeah, I was going to say, Dakota, we just kind of watch a lot of things happen in this game. Like, a lot. If I had to choose whether to date Kira, Jadzia, or Ezri, who would I date? Well, I have no interest in Ezri. She's too cute. Kira is awesome, but she's super taken. And so is Jadzia. So, pass? I guess in that case I'd pick Ezri. You could just have a non-romantic date, which I know some people forget is a thing, but it is actually a thing you can do. Just, you know, have some dinner, watch a movie, whatever. It would appear our suspect is not alone. He has a guard with him. Keep them distracted. Okay. You are unable... Okay, I'm going to read that one out loud. You will undoubtedly command their full attention for a sufficient amount of time. Yes, I will. Agreed, Disco. We are very cutscene incompetent. Like, a lot. Say, inspection. No, if I was going with the Mirror Universe, I'd go with Jadzia in that case. Inspection! What the hell's you on about? You're no Temple Knight! I trust the goods have been secured and the carriage is ready for quick getaway. Right then, where were we? Ah, yes. We will not be consenting to your inspection. Now kindly piss off. Boy, what are you doing? My apologies, sir. I thought I saw movement. Hey! Idiot! Can't you see this goon is intent on starting a fight? Take care of him first and conduct your checks after. As for you, you should have run while you still had the chance. I've got a guy with a spear who's extremely... Oh my god! Oh my god! It's the Warrior of Light! Why did we do this? Savoring it. There we go. Had to savor that last drop there. Alright. So what'd you find? Oh, hi. Lita's taken too. Why would I go after someone who's taken? Or, as we suspected, the thug and his guard have been holding Ula hostage in the back of the carriage since he vanished. Though this ordeal has not only caused her a great deal of stress, she does not appear to be physically injured. While you are doubtless eager to question her, as am I, she must be given time to rest and recuperate. Recuperate. That's not how I said recuperate. There we go. These two, on the other hand, need not be afforded any such consideration. You there, what's the meaning of this? It seems the commotion has drawn the guards. Excellent. Yeah, hi, I'm the Lore Runner. I'm a Dark Knight right now, silly idea. I mean, I could never cockblock Rom. Rom's too cool for that. I shall escort Ula to the Scholasticate and speak with the instructors. When all's been settled, let's speak again. Okay. Do I think AI learning will significantly affect video games within our lifetime? Yes. When? About 4 years ago. That's not a joke. Unfortunately, I don't think anything good will come of it, and I mean that very thoroughly. AI learning is just going to expand on procedurally generated bullcrap. And allow me to be very clear about my opinion about procedurally generated bullcrap. What am I doing? We're not in the Foundation lore. Let's see. Ever make a fantasy or sci-fi race completely whole cloth? Yeah. A whole lot of things covered by assisting archetypes. I find it hard to avoid the my elves are different trope. I mean, for me, alien races that I tend to make are just, races that interest me. I go with ideas or concepts, and I don't care if they're similar to other things, because of course they are. There is no such thing as something new. It doesn't exist as a concept. Everything is just built on previous things, is built on previous things, is built on previous things. One of the biggest pieces of advice I will ever give to anyone creatively is to ignore trying to make something new or unique, because it's not a thing. Just make your thing. Make it good. Don't care about whether or not someone else has done it. Now, I'm not saying plagiarize, but that is different. You should be glad to hear Ula will be fine. Sister is tending her now as we speak. Good. So, who kidnapped her and why? I expect she will soon be strong enough to answer your questions. Until then, we must make do with the information that Temple Knights can extract from the kidnappers. Unfortunately, while the ruffians confess to abducting Ula in exchange for a large sum of gil, they have told us little else of value thus far. Apparently, their employer draped themselves in such thick furs they couldn't even tell if they were a man or a woman. They claimed this cloaked figure offered no explanation for why they wanted them to snatch the girl and keep her confined to the carriage indefinitely, so they thought no choice but to keep moving, to stay ahead of the Temple Knights and await further instructions. Hopefully, we will learn more as the interrogations progress. However, I fear our mastermind has cloaked themselves in layer upon layer of secrecy. It'll take more than a few pointed questions to penetrate them all. It's that person right there. Right, that's Harry Potter. Regardless of how well they have hidden their intentions and identity, we'll bring them to justice soon enough. And once we learn all we can from our friends, the Temple Knights, hey, it's oh god, it's Dummy Man. You'd come up with a proper name for that. Dummy Man, Dummy Man. Has no textures to hide their identity. Can't rhyme because I can't do that. Dummy Man. Alright, so in the Star Trek rewrite, is there any way you're going to approach Bashir? Wait. Does your Star Trek 2 rewrite affect your... Okay, I don't actually understand that question. Question mark. How is it still going? This is a long quest chain. My goodness. Ah, lore, I was wondering when you'd show up. The Temple Knights have deemed Ula fit to recount the events of her kidnapping and have taken her room for questioning. Darth Mannequin! I like it. Done. Darth Mannequin. There we go. It would appear the questioning is done. The time has come for all the reveals at the end of the story, rather than at the 2/3 mark. Sorry. It was her, Jacques. That is a very interesting question, Ross. Admittedly, we haven't addressed that yet, and we do need to. You're right. So the answer is haven't done it yet, but it will have to be redressed, and that's going to lead to some question marks. Hail, my good man. I am Inspector Briarden. This is my associate, Lore. I understand you have spoken with Ula regarding her kidnapping. Is there aught you might share with us? Inspector Briarden, Master Lore. I fear it would seem that Lady Ula knows less than we do. As she tells it, the only people she saw were the two thugs. We've questioned them thrice over, but they insist their employer has disguised themselves so well, blah, blah. This is recap. This is recap! Yep. Yep. They've been pushing for assholes' expulsion. Theo's been doing his best to convince them to disregard the rumors, but it seems any mention of him only serves to fuel their rage. Right. So who done do that, do you think? I suspect this is a lesser reflection on my prefect than a manifestation of aimless anxiety and fear. I shall make way to the vault. So here's the vague direction I was thinking with genetically engineering in Trek. I was thinking that the Federation as a whole would probably outlaw, let's call it positive genetic engineering, but have negative genetic engineering as a regular discourse. And that could be a whole topic we could mention. That this would still make Bashir an illegal genetically engineered person because he was engineered from negative into positive. But it would mean that genetic engineering isn't banned outright because that's stupid. Argue. Negative? What's a genetic disease? Help me out. You just stand idly by until he betrays us as he did one with Ula. Sickle cell. I don't actually know what that one is off the top of my head. But there you go, sickle cell. So, negative genetic engineering would be repairing that and restoring them from genetic conditions. So yeah, exactly. Negative genetic engineering is fixing existing genetic conditions. This is something that is mentioned in Enterprise that they have banned because they're stupid. But, you know, several of Bashir himself is an example of someone who had genetic diseases and genetic illnesses who had them repaired. It's just they went too far and went into positive territory, which, again, could be a thing for the sake of his story arc, right? Yes, I'm genetically engineered, and I have to constantly pretend that I'm worse because, you know, And yeah, cancer is the obvious thing. I don't want to go down the low-hanging fruit, but yeah, no. Constantly counteracting cancer would be a very common thing for them to try and cure. The goal in terms of this is to be at 0, Dr. Winter. Negative is anything below, positive is anything above. So if you engineer anything below, you're pulling it up to 0. Whereas if you're doing anything positive, you're pushing up from 0. Make sense? And if it doesn't, that's fine, because that's cool. But that's the way it is being intended there, too. Repairing instead of augmenting. And yes, if you're paying attention, that means establishing a 0, which would be a plot arc, most likely, at least of one episode. In other words, trying to define... Yeah, exactly as that's there. Defining 0 and how they divine 0. But 0 would be divined. It is something that would be brought up. Some people disagree with it. Argue, rabble, argue, rabble, argue, rabble. And of course, whether or not something qualifies as bad enough to warrant genetic engineering would be a topic. One of the things that actually comes up in DS9 is Bashir is angry at his parents for genetically engineering him. Not the positive side, the negative side. In other words, the repairs that they did to him. He believed that they did it, unfortunately, to his detriment, that he wasn't broken, they just didn't love him enough. Now, the parents violently disagree with this. They say, no, you had some very serious genetic conditions, and it was awful and horrible living with that, and we had to help you out, right? But that argument itself could be something that could be used to great effect in multiple cases at multiple points in time. I'm pretty sure we're also going to build in a, let's call it a cultural bias against genetic engineering within the Federation. The question is, what does everyone else think of it? Because the stupid thing about Trek is that the Federation has banned genetic engineering, and so everyone else in the history of the Ever, with the sole exception of the freaking Dominion, don't do genetic engineering for some reason. And it's another one of those not written things. The writers ignore the issue, so the characters ignore the issue, which drives me batty. So we'll have to decide what the Romulans do with genetic engineering, what the Gorn do with genetic engineering, what the Klingons do with genetic engineering, and so forth and so on. Right? It's going to be a whole thing. That's one of the reasons I say we haven't done it yet, because honestly it hasn't come up yet, and frankly won't come up in Enterprise. And yeah, that's the thing. What I like the idea of, and this is just me, is that the Romulans would be very anti-genetic engineering, to the point of being all genetic engineering is banned, just like over in the existing Star Trek Federation. But secretly, the Romulans actually practice genetic engineering all over the place. You know, a lot of hypocrisy kind of a thing. Everyone in the set is genetically engineered. They all live longer, blah, 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 blah. Stuff like that. All right, I need to soothe people. Soothe. Yeah, you'd think the Vidians, who actually don't practice genetic engineering, would be into it, but no. I have actually seen Gattaca. I will describe Gattaca, for those of you who haven't seen it, very briefly. It's about 40 minutes of boredom, followed by however much the rest of the movie is of awesome. Make of that what you will. The Prefect has the riches of House Zamail at their disposal. Powerful allies waiting to spring to the aid. We must step back and consider actions carefully, lest we find ourselves strung up by their necks. You suggest we do nothing? The longer we dither, the greater our risk. We must attack him. We must kill him. Please, rally our spirits. Why? Rally... which is the stupid punch animation, the worst animation in the game. Actually, we were thinking about really pushing the genetic engineering thing with the Necro species in Voyager. I can't think of the name of. But I don't want to talk too much about Voyager. Forgive me, my fear had gotten the better of me. Your light punches to my abdomen have fixed me. Kabali, that's them. Punch, punch, punch. Now, lore... Sorry. Thank you, lore. Now that everyone is feeling more at ease, let us open the floor for discussion. I welcome any and all opinions, provided they are delivered in a calm and orderly fashion. I believe there is cause to expel asshole. As Lord was kind enough to point out, however, we should not act brashly. So that you, with your calm demeanor, are best suited to head our appeal to have him removed. What say you? Given the way he's treated you in the past, I can understand why you'd readily assume the worst of him. He is an asshole. I cannot help but believe, however, that he too is a victim in all this. I strain to think that anyone who cares so deeply about the Scholasticate and its inhabitants commit such an atrocity. Oh, for God's sakes, you would defend the very individual for who the past years has ridiculed and tortured us. It's impossible for you to believe he's incapable of such villainy. Until there's proof he is guilty, we must give him the benefit of the doubt. Wait, innocent till proven guilty? What is this nonsense? The same knights who have pulled the wool over our eyes for 1,000 years, stripping us of all we own to protect men like him. How heartening that is to hear. I would have thought after all you'd endured, you'd stand with us. I see I was wrong. Friends, it would seem the commoner has grown to content under the nobleman's yoke to fight for his ideals. We're actually... This has started off political. We're drifting into war here, if you're paying attention. It's school war, but it's still war. If we are to see justice served, we must do so with our own strength, our own voices. Let us draft a petition that our grievances might be heard and the blackguards dispelled. Expelled. Choose your side. The villain is playing us for fools, stoking the flames of hate, though we might be consumed by them. Listen, we are guilty until proven it... Wait, wrong direction. It's okay, Lunareth. I certainly didn't murder a whole lot of people. If only we could have done more to dissuade them. This blind persecution will only serve to further divide us. And his expulsion would be a tremendous loss for the Scholasticate. Why will no one listen to reason? Theo, we can help you. We got this. You're right. Indeed, it's not too late. When we speak with Father Saturn, he'll know what to do. Incredible. Despite all that, he's still intent on saving him. Lore, there's no talking out of it now. Considering how our last discussion ended, would you accompany us? Sure. Yeah, so far, Blade Tribal. So far. That's why I'm here, in case it escalates. I'll just kill all of one side, and then it'll be perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Oh my God, stop crushing! Go kiss! God damn it. So, Classic Game Lover asks a very valid question. He says, "Nope, too late." What brings you here in such a hurry? Ah, mayhap it concerned the petition I just received from the student body. Not to reiterate, rest assured I have reviewed the document and will be submitting it to the Headmistress shortly, along with my own strong recommendation in favor of the of assholes' immediate and irrevocable expulsion from the Scholasticate. That's interesting. So it's him. He's the villain. Father, we are not here in support of the petition, but rather to argue against it. We cannot expel him a crime that the evidence or lack thereof suggests he didn't even commit. Quite true, and yet it is not because I believe him guilty I have chosen to move forward with this proposal. Then why? For too long has our church been corrupted by men and women who would see its foundation built upon sin instead of virtue. I mean to put an end to the vicious cycle. I mean, his name is Saturn. There is something you must know. When I was young, I too was taken under the wing of Father Chasseau. By his good graces, I gained admission to the Scholasticate, not unlike yourselves. I devoted myself entirely to his studies, that I might prove myself worthy of his kindness. My dedication was rewarded when I graduated at the top of my class and secured a prized position in the archives, alongside some of the Holy See's most esteemed individuals. It was there that I met the man who would become my closest friend and confidant. For 10 years, he had toiled in the sea's darkest recesses, working to see the ugly truth of Ishgard's past would never again see the light of day, until the burden grew too great to bear and he took his own life. Daily mandated suicide? For years I was torn between grief and anger, and not being able to save him from his fate. Fearing my anguish would consume me, I found succor in religion. Day and night I pore over scripture, and soon found myself back in these very halls, not as a student, but as a teacher. A tragic story, and you have our condolences, but what does this have to do with Archie? Of the Furies' love will all men receive. Yes, suicide. Will all men receive, and by the balance of her spirit will all be set free. Doubtless you two are familiar with these words. Those who deny the teachings of Volume 11 commit the greatest sin of all. They must bear full responsibility for the injustices wrought on the victims of our society. Master Archie has done naught but scorned the truth penned in tome. His dismissal is long overdue. This is madness. This is politics. The Fury knows I bear no love for the bastard, but what you propose is to lay the blame for generation upon generation of the Church's transgressions at his feet. I only do what must be done. Countless lives were lost in the Dragon Song. We must needs purge the Church of any who espouse this false idea that all men are not born equal, and the sins of our past are never repeated, and the clergy might be restored to their former glory. I have faith in you. Reflect on the teachings. If you don't understand now, you will. Goodbye. It's true that Father Chasseau is an ardent advocate of equality, who strove always to adhere to the principles espoused in equal under her watchful gaze. 'Tis equally true that Archie has been outspoken as condemning the selfsame passage. Still, that hardly warrants his expulsion. We could be killed, or worse, expelled. You must admit the man has a point. Making an example of the son of one of most Ishgard's prominent houses would send a message, and it just might be the fastest way to bring about the change he seeks. Whether or not the change would be for the better is another matter entirely. Like I said earlier, don't accuse someone of wearing pink when they're not wearing pink. I'll go talk to Archie. Or we could talk to Archie, whatever. Of course, Archie's nothing if not astute. He's sure to come up with an idea. Hey, you're in political hot water. How do you get out of this? We can't figure out how to get you out of this, so do you have any ideas? Never a classic game lover. What question? Oh, right. Do I think silent protagonists should still be a thing? I don't know. Or should I not ask the question? No, okay. Do I think silent protagonists should still be a thing, or should there be actual effort made into making the player insert feel more real? The older I get, the more I am against the silent protagonist concept. And the older I get, and the more I analyze fiction, the more I am against the idea of the player choosing who they're playing. I know that sounds weird, but I'm pretty sure that if I were to design any video game, I would only allow choices at the Dragon Age level, which I'm fine with, it's worth noting, but nothing past that. And even that would be a game designed and dedicated towards that type of playstyle, which, if you're paying attention to the structure of Dragon Age Origins, for example, it's very Lego. It's very, so, you know, each of the segments, each of the puzzle pieces are all kind of isolated, and you make choices here, and those choices have impact later, but basically all of the choices affect this puzzle piece. All the Legos are all here. Once you've decided, that only affects really one thing, which then carries forward into other things. So one major choice goes out, one major choice goes out, one major choice goes out, and that affects the overall arc. So you still have choices, and you can decide who you're playing quite a bit, and a lot of that's based on the nuance. But you see the idea, you see the structure of how that game has to be designed entirely around you choosing who you are. I wouldn't do a silent protagonist unless I was going to do it very, very, very carefully. I can only honestly think of two exceptions off the top of my head of silent protagonists that I'd be okay with. Samus Aran, specifically from Metroid Dread, by the way, that exact example, and Doom Guy from Doom 4 and Doom 5. And you'll notice both of those are, even though they don't speak all that often, are very well characterized entirely based on their actions, their animations, their body language, etc. So you'll notice that my overall point is still true. We are still playing a character. It's just a character that doesn't choose to speak in order to elucidate. Hi, Loner. Alright, asshole. What do we got? What baseless accusations do you care to hurl at me at this time? Attempting to destroy the church? Or perhaps you're here to bring light to the personal hand I had in instigating the Dragon Song War? Perhaps instead of entertaining every ridiculous rumor you hear, you might make yourself useful for once. You can start by questioning those two beside you. After all, they're the ones who arranged this entire farce and have been spreading these letters in a pathetically transparent attempt to incriminate me. You're an idiot. We've come to lend you our aid. He's so full of rage he can scarcely hear a word I say. Try soothing him. Soothe. Yeah, Chrono from Chrono Trigger is a perfect example. Like, there is no reason for Chrono to be silent and to be non-characterized, and yet he is, and he is. And the reason they do that is because the Dragon Quest games do that, but to be frank, the Dragon Quest games suffer for that too. It's funny because most Dragon Quest games lean very heavily on characterization. Most of the characters around the main character are very characterized in the Dragon Quest games. Don't make me laugh. You expect me to believe you, the two who would stand most to gain from my expulsion, have not been so much as seen the nonsense that's been making the rounds of the dormitories? The truth revealed. Arch Dezale, a kidnapper. Trust me, were we to try and implicate you in a crime you didn't commit, we'd have done a more thorough job than this. I know, right, Loner? That's the one song that actually brought a tear to my eye of the songs we've heard so far. These writings make an appeal to emotion without a single concrete piece of evidence to support the accusation. Oh my god, it's Twitter! Fine, perhaps it wasn't you two after all. Rest assured that when I get my hands on the commoner that did this, they'll rue the day. You realize we commoners are not the ones on trial here. You are. I suggest you watch your tongue, unless you would prefer to lose the only allies you have these days. Do not lose heart. Together we'll uncover the truth and see this baseless petition withdrawn. Why would I need your help? My innocence is beyond question. The Fury herself will see my good name restored. I pray that she will. In the meantime, we shall do our part. For Fury's sake, leave it be. Ugh. Where did these papers even come from, and why didn't we receive one? If I had to guess, perhaps they were given only to the most inclined to believe the accusations. Foolishness at best. If any of these letters will only give me clues I need to identify the coward. In fact, I believe I know precisely where to begin my search. Brilliant. We would be more than happy to assist it. Where would we go? God, this is super Draco and Harry, by the way. The vibe between these two. And hand you the very knife you would put in my back. Do you think me daft? If the petition is approved and I'm expelled, that would put you right at the top of the class. How convenient. You're an idiot, Draco. I mean, Archie. I'm just gonna start calling him Draco. Don't you see, if not for awards or accolades, I study the scriptures. I seek only to follow in the footsteps of Father Chasseau. He who granted me the chance to achieve the grand vision he had for our realm, and bring relief to those in need of spiritual succor. Volume 11. What is it with commoners and their obsession with that overly idealistic creed? Screed. Come, Draco, let's not waste further time entertaining the idle musings of the riffraff. Look, we can manage this fine with your help, but if you do find anything, not that we expect you to, report to us. If you know it's good for you. Why are we helping these assholes? If I didn't know any better, that sounded almost like a thank you. And yeah, by the way, that's another example. Joker from Persona 5. Joker should have been a character. He kind of was, but not really. Which is, again, the problem. Yeah, House Zamil, I wouldn't worry about that. They're pathetic. Oh, hey, I'm gonna get an emote for this quest, which might be the last quest, then. Yeah, exactly, Takoida. Like, we get a couple of notes of characterization, and that really is it, as Joker. And it's not like it's a blank slate so we can project, because he doesn't do anything. If only we could track down the author of the letters and convince them to recant these statements. The student body would have no choice but to withdraw their motion, but where would we even search? No, Joker wasn't Futaba's key item. I was! A brilliant plan, Laura. By examining all the letters that have been distributed throughout the Scholasticate, we may well find clues leading us to the culprit. By the way, that's an insult. Sorry, I should clarify that. The point is, Joker's not a character because he's just there to be a self-insert, which means I was actually the one. And I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. You get the idea. Imagine Joker actually reacting to being Futaba's main key item. Imagine that being a moment. Imagine him not sure how to deal with that. I don't know, food for thought, you know? Ugh. Anyway, sorry. I've made my points, or at least I think I have. My point is, like I said, the older I get, the more I get against the idea of the silent protagonist. Or, excuse me, of the non-characterized protagonist. I am well past the point at which I think it's a good thing. Now, in D&D, yeah, no, you shouldn't tell your players what characters they're playing. That's D&D. That's where that sort of thing should be. That's kind of the point of that, right? Wind Waker? Well, no, I agree. Link in Wind Waker was pretty well characterized. But most of the links aren't, to be blunt. I usually point to the Wind Waker link and actually the Twilight Princess link as the two links that have a decent amount of characterization. Most of the others simply don't have it. Or they have threadbare bits. 1 or 2 scenes, and that's it. That's why I tried to rephrase my statement to be more accurate. It's not silent protagonist that's the problem. It's non-characterized protagonist. Again, Chrono from Chrono Trigger, who is not a character. There's probably one scene in all of Chrono Trigger where Chrono has any characterization. It's when he draws his sword on Lavos right before the scene at the 2/3 point of the story. So, I have some suspicious letters. Excellent. Take a closer look, see what we can discern. I'm curious. It would appear our culprit has gone through the trouble of writing and distributing 3 distinctly different versions of the letter. First reads, as illustrated by the recent abduction that take place within these sacred halls, Draco will stop at nothing to eliminate those who stand in his way. Such blatant disrespect of her teachings must not be tolerated. The second says, it's one thing to disagree with the opinions of your fellow seminarians. It's quite another to abuse one's influence to have your ideological opponents removed. Ula, a firm believer in the teachings of Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity, and staunch advocate of equality, fell victim to Draco's treachery. The villain cannot go unpunished. And last but not least, Ula's copy of these Volume 11 was discovered in the prefect's room shortly after the girl's disappearance. That's not public record. We didn't share that fact. This more than anything proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Draco is guilty. While the final letter at least offers an argument, it's hardly a compelling one. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but aren't several copies of the Articles of Hellenic Polity sitting on our shelves? While I can't speak to why Draco would have one in the first place, the book found in his quarters could have been any of those. Blaze, when you spoke with Ula, did she mention anything about Volume 11? I didn't think of it at the time, but while she was recovering in the infirmary, she asked I retrieve her copy from her room. When I went to look for it, it wasn't there. Which would mean the tome was removed unbeknownst to her. So it would seem. After all, she testified that when the 2 thugs seized her at the marketplace, she had nothing on her person but a pocket of gill. Presumably, the book was in her quarters then. It would be one thing if the book had disappeared, but for someone to sneak into a room and remove it after the fact, it's as if the culprit intended to use it to frame Draco all along. I bet my last gill, you're right, and that's the reason none of us received a letter. We're the people who would be able to confirm with Ula that the book had been pilfered. Yes. No, I didn't do any of the extremes, nor will I, Lune Ruth. On camera. But who would go to such great lengths to frame Draco? That's our Theo, always striving to help the fellow man, even though that man is all that stands between him and the top of the class. It's enough to leave a girl smitten, isn't it, Blazy? What are you talking about? I'm not smitten, I just admire him for his kind heart, that's all. Oh, go smooch. Blaze, where'd she dash off like that? Is she taken ill? Oh my god, you're so stupid. In a manner of speaking, I'll go make sure she's okay. Yeah, the extremes are the optional hard modes. Think of them like mythic difficulty, Linerith. Oh dear. Actually, mythic's not quite accurate. Whatever. Whatever, I hope she recovers. In the meantime, we need to put our heads together. Who would go to such lengths to throw us off the scent? Of course, none save the kidnapper, him or herself, would have such a strong motive to concoct this convoluted plan, which raises the possibility that the kidnapping was not but a plot to have Draco expelled in the first place. In other words, if we can track down the person behind the letters, we find ourselves the culprit behind the abduction. Must inform Briarden. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, okay. Dark Knight, loner. For added appropriateness. Wrong way. So what are my thoughts on Gordon Freeman? I myself have done a video praising Gordon Freeman as a non-character. I have since rescinded that thought. The thing I was mentioning was how I liked how every player has their own interpretation of Gordon Freeman, and I offered in that very video for other people to give their interpretations of Freeman. But like I said, I have since rescinded that. Gordon Freeman being a mute nobody nothing honestly hurts the narrative of Half-Life, and Half-Life 2 especially. Like, it makes a little sense in Half-Life, because we're just, oh my god, and we're barely dealing with this, and we're just a theoretical scientist, and we don't interact with that many people, and we don't have that much to do with the story other than being the dude in the suit. But in Half-Life 2, our silence starts to actively go against the narrative, as several people will talk to and around us, and all of them do so in the manner that they expect us to not say anything. Even though they're like, hey, it's my old friend who never talks. It just gets weird and awkward at certain points. Why would I be a scholar when I could do this? Die! Die in a fire! Die! Also die! And that's why I'm a Dark Knight. That's him over there. Frankly, yes, I do think it hurts this game that the Warrior of Light is silent. It's worth noting that the further we get into the game, the less silent we are, which I am in favor of. It's you. What brings you here? Do you have something to report? Yeah, kinda. I see. Show me the letters. Here you go. Sure thing, Harry. The author goes out of his way to mention Ulah's copy found in the room. The fool. In his feeble plot to frame the prefect, he's only incriminated himself. I trust you two have put the pieces together? Yeah, nobody else knew about it. You have been an able associate indeed. It is from here, however, the real work begins. Should at any time... Hang on, I have to kill Disco. There we go. Should at any time you feel the powers of concentration waver or your attention to detail slip, you need but do this. Take a deep breath, focus your eyes into the distance. In that moment, the solution appears before you. How can you focus your eyes when you have glasses? I have glasses now. Yeah, imagine if Terra from Final Fantasy VI was a silent protagonist. And that's all I need to say about that. It actually is, Lunaruth. Yeah, I was about to say, joking answer aside, I'm curious what you disagree with, Disco, if you don't mind sharing. There are those things that are a thing. Here we go. Spectacles. 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 Are these, like, not sorted at all? Oh, there they are. There we go. Spectacles. Yay. I am never using that emote again. Get off my bar. Alright. We get a Scholasticate coat after this, which looks okay, I guess. Can you tell me where Ulah's copy of Volume 11 currently is? All. Lore, I see you've managed to keep your word. Very good. Let me to enlighten the rest of you. The tome is in my possession. Lebrasois discovered it in Draco's room and turned it over to us in secret for fear it would be used to fuel ongoing rumors. Now, knowing what you do, it's time to put your minds to the test. What do you surmise is the relationship between our talented writer friend and the thief that lifted the book from Ulah's quarters? They're not related in the slightest! I love that. Sensible deduction. The planting of the book and the subsequent distribution of these letters are both carried out to a common end. To implicate the prefect, it would stand to reason the perpetrators either working in tandem or, in fact, one and the same. While that in itself does not reveal the identity of the culprit, it does lead us to the next question. Who would have been able to enter and exit Ulah's room unnoticed? The perpetrator was able to move quickly and not draw attention to themselves in the act, leading me to believe our book snatcher had easy access to all rooms in the dormitory. How, you might ask? Keys. Something only 3 people possess. Father Saturn, and the prefect, Draco, and La Rossoir. So one of them is the culprit, but which could it be? It couldn't be. No, it was Draco. Think about it. It explains why he was so adamant in refusing our help. But what sense is there in him stealing a book when the only thing it would serve to do is implicate him in a crime he might not have been committing? That leaves La Rossoir. As the only other person aside from the inspector and Lore who came into the contact with the book, I'd say he's the prime suspect. It certainly is suspicious, but what would he have? If only there's a way we could glean the answer. Lore, I hear you possess a great gift. Could you use that here? No, it doesn't work that way. So, it is not yours to control. Yeah. Mother Heidelin needs to go kill herself. I mean, fortunately I have an idea of my own. I'll need you to help to see it through. Okay. Well then, let's put this idea of yours into action. Let's go to Zamail Manor. I'll leave it to you to see the bumblings of those two do not interfere with the final investigation of the vault, but do not tarry long. With Father Saturn throwing his full support behind the petition, Draco has but a few bells before his name is permanently struck from the registry. I shall do what I can to see the proceedings are delayed. Godspeed. See, that's the trap, Disco. I know that sounds weird, and it almost sounds derogatory, but it's the trap we all fall into. Creators fall into the trap, and players fall into the trap equally. What is a video game? I'll just tell you. A video game is an interactive medium. So many players want to have agency over who, what, how they play. Even Shepard from Mass Effect, let's be honest with ourselves, the choices we make don't really change Shepard all that much. It's still mostly just Shepard. And yet so many people, myself included, have a vested interest in their Shepard. The specific mentality, the specific idea they have in their head of who their Shepard is. Because it's a video game. You want to play your version of that character, like I do. Sense make? So it's very logical. The problem is, and again, this is why this is a trap, because it's so logical why players want that, but it's so hard for a developer to create a player that you can decide how they are, and also make there be a story. There's a reason why truly branching stories are an extreme rarity. We've got Detroit Become Human, and that's it, unless you're counting text adventures. Right? You can't have a truly... This is why I brought up the thing about Dragon Age Origins, because Dragon Age Origins was actually clever about it. It kept all your choices isolated, relevant, but isolated, so you decide who you are. You have nuance and details and specifics for who you are, and that's awesome. But most of the decisions you make are all in this little bubble here, and don't really affect the rest of the game. That's how they did it. They actually made Dragon Age Origins like 5 or 6 individual games with lots of choices in this one little area and lots of ways things can go. And then, okay, and then you move on from that little area, right? So, that's why I call this a trap, because developers for years have decided to go the, let's call it what it is, the cheap and easy route to allow players to have agency by just having silent protagonists. Your Chrono, your Gordon Freeman, your Samus Aran. But it doesn't actually change anything, and to be perfectly blunt, it really does hurt the narrative. Because the writers have to constantly write around this mute death ball who is just as they're going through things, right? So you see my point. I should probably mention there's no good solution to that trap. That's why it's a trap. The solution is to either make every game like that, like Dragon Age Origins, which is an enormous amount of work, Make every game a super branching story like Detroit Become Human, which is an insane amount of work. That's why I know games don't do that. Or try to pull a thing where you can decide the flavor of your character, but ultimately you're still a character. This is what I mentally think of as the Witcher 3 path, because that's what Witcher 3 does. You can decide the flavor of your Geralt, but you're playing Geralt. He is a character, and he has a position and point within the story. And yeah, Takoid is correct. One of the other downsides of you deciding, silent, non-characterized thing, is cutscene incompetence is all over the place, because they have to have the story continue. This is something Zedslayer brought up. They have to have the story continue, but you're you. Whatever you it is that you've made yourself. What am I? I'm a level 90 death machine. And I'm just standing around watching stuff happen. Because they can't account for every possibility. So they account for none of them and just have you be over there watching things. Anyways, findings, as if you four managed to dig up and can help me now. The hearing's about to begin. My fate is as good as sealed. There's still time, Draco. Earlier you pledged your innocence. Let us pledge it once more at the hearing before all. The truth shall speak for itself. The truth? You expect the fools to see the truth when this evidence to the contrary is staring them in the face? How do you think this plan your pea-sized minds have concocted will succeed? This really is Draco. Will all of Lebraw's best attempts have failed? We will succeed. For it's not just I that stands with you, but the hero who brought truth. There's nothing he has not seen. Oh, I'm here in this cutscene? Surely you understand the implications of this, don't you, Lebrossois? Lore has the ability to peer into the events of the past. Indeed, it was through his vision that Ishgard's true origins were brought to light. You need say no more. He has already used his vaunted power to see that it was I who was behind it all. Yes, it was I who kidnapped Ula. I who snuck into her room and stole Volume 11. I that distributed the letters. Also, I might implicate Draco. How satisfying it is to finally be able to say it out loud. For so long have I had to plot my revenge in silence and mask my hatred of you with hollow praise and bashful smiles. Lebrossois, what madness is that of you speak? You truly are oblivious, aren't you? Allow me to enlighten you. After all the transgressions your family has committed against mine, did you think I would remain loyal to you? For centuries, your house has humiliated us. It was something we'd come to accept, but when the wall between nobility and common class came tumbling down, we were met with the most harrowing truth of all. All our suffering had been for naught. Everything we grew up believing about our status was a fabrication. Tall tales spun to keep us complacent. In reality, you're no better than the two broom rats beside you. You never were. It was a terrible realization, but one that gave me hope. Hope that you could be taken down just as any other. That's when I began plotting. Ula's abduction, letters, rumors, all part of the plan. To bring shame and dishonor on your family, as you have mine. I have staked... Just delete it, Lunareth. I have staked everything, even my very freedom, but it was worth it to give you a taste of our pain. God, even looks like Draco. What's more, I bribed the two kidnappers into abducting Ula with money from your purse. Having entrusted the management of your finances to me, you never suspected a thing. Lebrossois, I can only imagine the pain you've endured, but to seek revenge... Nevertheless, I thank you for confessing your crimes. Now we can absolve Draco of the false charges. Wait a minute. You mean he didn't actually see in the past? You deceived me! Yeah. If you recall, Theo never explicitly said he had a vision of what happened to Ula, just that he possessed the ability. Truth be told, it's not even a power that can be controlled at will, which really sucks, actually. Now then, Draco, I suppose that's all the proof of evidence you'll need. Let's escort Lebrossois to the hearing and have him repeat his most dramatic confession before the headmistress. One more question. I never saw it. The hatred, I mean. How could I have been so blind? We've been friends from childhood, and never for a moment did I question his loyalty. What a fool I was. How did I think I could stand at the forefront of our nation when I was so oblivious to that which was happening under my very nose? Ah, Draco, pray do not torture yourself so. Rather, open your heart! Oh my god. And allow Helone's wisdom to set you free. She doesn't exist! Once you come to see Lebrossois was not only your friend, but your peer. I promise both of you I'll find a way to mend the bonds that have been broken. Shut up, Harry. Ugh, I actually kind of dislike Harry here. Just a little bit. So what are we waiting for? We go to the hearing. Yeah, I guess. Laura, I cannot shake the feeling this affair runs deeper than any of us could have imagined. Have the option to... No, Tim. Glare silently. Points if you get it. Yeah, I actually enjoy the Harry Potter books quite a bit, but I've never been a fan of Harry. In fact, one of my favorite plot points of the Harry Potter series is how Harry is a miserable and pathetic failure who only succeeds by tumbling forward on the corpses of others around him. I'm not being facetious about that. There, silently. Yep. Welcome to French Harry Potter. Sacre bleu! I can't do French. I must say, I'm extremely disappointed that anyone, much less a student, would commit such atrocities. I'm at a loss for words. Ah, well. Headmistress, if I may, do you not find the timing of these confessions incredibly convenient? As if Master Lebessoir here has been coerced into admitting crimes he didn't commit. Let us not rush to condemn a man who may be innocent. Really? Whoa! That's a new one. I haven't had that happen in a while. Did I lose internet? Are we live? Uh-oh. Can I get a Kefka real quick? Okay, we're here. Looks like Bragwin got kicked. Lunareth, did you get kicked? Yep, okay. We're just gonna shut that down entirely. Yep. Okay! Well, that's unexpected. Let's answer some questions while we wait. I've got a bit of a queue. So, let's see here. Sci-fi race, silent protagonist. We've been discussing silent protagonists for a while. Hi, Rax! Yeah, I can't condemn him for being innocent. Bokong! Hoping to do dungeons very soon, consequently, if anybody isn't down for that. I know Bregman's there. I'm hoping people can kind of seat fill, because I'd like to try out a few specific classes. Anyways, so, assume the game eventually tries to explain all the moments of cutscene incompetence. Would you prefer they explain that the Warrior of Light is either too stupid, or sadistic, or uncaring, or weak? Weak would irritate me. Uncaring would be awful, sadistic would be terrible. So the only option is stupid. And that would be a negative, but it's still better than the other options. Next question. Disco says, how many of these Ishgard quests are about the lower classes wanting equalization of power and not trusting those in power to give up willingly? All of them. All of them. Disco also asks, what's worse in story-oriented games? Flat heroes or flat villains? Flat villains. Like it or not, villains serve more relevant narrative purpose than heroes do. They always have. That's just the nature of it. Villains are proactive, and heroes are reactive. And a lot of stories hinge and apex around the very nature of how the villains are. So if you have a flat hero, that's Chrono Trigger. But if you have a flat villain, well, that's Ranjit. I know that's a bad example. I'm trying to think of a better example. But you get the idea, right? A bad villain is going to be much more memorable and more irritating than a flat hero. And a flat hero can be worked around. It's not good, but it can be worked around. Here, let's play some Guild Wars 2. That's a good idea. We'll play Guild Wars 2. Let's do it. Let's do it! I'm going to show you why FF14's mounts suck. This is actually a thing. I'm really going to do this. Give me a second. Give me a second. Now, you got to give me a second to get it on screen properly. You know what? That'll do. Alright, so. This is my character, by the way. This is my Necro. Don't worry, I won't spoil. I'm in Cantha, but there will be no spoilers here. Oh, that might be a spoiler. Well, anyways. So I'm just going to show off why every MMO, other MMO, gets mounts wrong. Because in almost every MMO, you know what mounts are? I'm just going to go and tell you what mounts are in every other MMO. Give me a second. Let's go to a very non-spoilery point. There we go. Yeah, mounts are there for speed increase, and that's honestly kind of it. You know what mounts are in this game? So this is my flying mount. By the way, I just got this skin finally. I am extraordinarily happy about this because this looks so damn cool. This is actually dyed, by the way. This is not the innate color. I've got a bit of a flame motif going on, if you didn't tell by the giant great sword of fire on my back, which is this thing. So, as you can see, I got a bit of a fire motif, as you'll see as I show off my various mounts. But anyways, so, this is actually the basic mount. Everyone gets this. This is actually mandatory. I know, I don't care. So, this is the mandatory mount. It's cool. Its ability, it does run fast. It does the basic thing. But its main ability is the jump. Now, there's actually several jumps that are designed around the Raptor. This is why it's the mandatory one, because that way you can do things like this, and actually cross canyons and the like this. So, what you see is actually it kind of, when you get the mandatory mount as soon as you hit Path of X, or not Path of X, sorry, god damn it, Path of Fire. You'll literally get it right here during the starter quest for starting Path of Fire. So you could see how even the very first basic mandatory mount in Guild Wars 2 is already better than every mount in every other MMO ever, because it actually adds a utility. The jump. But hold on, I hear you saying. What about vertical jumps? Well, that's what this one's for. Oh, I haven't dyed this one. So this is what it looks like normally, by the way, in case you're wondering. Anyways, so this mount is also a movement speed increase, but its main purpose is to be able to do things like this.
Kids, the sprayers aren't some kind of carnival attraction.
It could be. Old cottages would probably pay us to put them.
So as you can see, we now have a horizontal, wow, we're not supposed to be up here, are we? We have a horizontal movement increase, a horizontal range increase, and a vertical range increase between these two mounts. And of course, they also prevent you from taking falling damage, which is kind of nice in its own right. So they also have special abilities like, this, which actually does damage. Now, this is really cool, by the way. Every other video game MMO, please take note. So here's how this works. I'm actually going to demonstrate this. Where's the name? You see these two fireflies? You see how that did damage? So you know how in WoW, you attack to dismount? You know how in FF14 you have to hit the mount button to dismount? In Guild Wars 2, you have a special attack, a mount attack, which you do to dismount. This is it's such a small thing, but it's a brilliant thing, because what this does is this adds flow. This means going in and out of combat is smooth, because you just move up to the thing and go, and you actually start the combat with that attack, and then you immediately get off, and as soon as you're off again. This really is a great feature, and yeah, the other MMOs really need this feature. But anyways, they all have this. All the mounts have some attack. Okay, so now I'll show off some of the more esoteric ones, like the Jackal. You'll notice I haven't dyed this one either, because I barely ever use this one. This thing's ability is that. Now, if it's not obvious, I'll try to get you a side camera so you can really see what happens there. Okay, apparently I can't show it from the side. But you get the idea. It's literally a teleport. You're probably thinking, well, what's the difference? Well, that can go through objects. And there are quite a few specific parts of the game where there's a wall that there is no way through, but you'll see on the minimap up here in the upper right, you'll see that there's something through there. So you can go through walls. It's also a way to get inside buildings that have an indoor period. And, of course, there are special portals that you can go through like this, too. So it's a little bit, site-specific, but it's useful. It's very useful. And let's move on to... So this is the generic mount. I have this one hotkeyed. Now, they actually nerfed this recently, which I'm very sad about. But the reason I call this generic mount is this is the ignores all-terrain mount. It's a glider. It's literally a hovercraft. Now, the thing is, this has some cool stuff to it, but the best part by far is this can go over the water. You may or may not have noticed, but my speed just quadrupled when I hit the water. And I can go up a little bit to kind of maintain speed. So this is the water mount. This is what you use for going over water. In general, if there's water, it's fastest by far to use this thing. Oh, and by the way, you can go underwater with it, too. So let's see. What else we got? I guess I should show up Beetle, Griffin, and I guess that's it. So this is that's the Raptor, sorry. This is the Beetle. There we go. I actually just got this cosmetic. I'm very happy about this. The Beetle is great. So check this out. You're probably thinking, okay, what's so special about this? Nothing. Until you hit the run. And... whoa! Okay, hang on. That screwed up. Give me a second. Let's try that again. There we go. Oh, I ran into a wall. No! Okay, so this is actually a perfect way to show off the Beetle, because the Beetle is very hard to control, but it is extraordinarily fast. This is how you cross terrain quickly. By the way, if you go downhill, you will also go faster. So, you notice how I'm just maintaining speed? It's because so if I go uphill, my speed goes down. If I go downhill, my speed goes up. So I will actually be able to maintain this thing for quite a while. And you can see how I just crossed the entire zone right there. Boom. Done. Love the Beetle. It actually has some utility as well, because it can actually break certain walls, and you can drift, and there's some other stuff with it, but I'm not going to bore you with that. That's the speed mount, which just leaves two, which is the glide mount and the reel mount. So this is the glide mount. This is the Griffin. So you can kind of see what I mean when I say glide. You've got a couple of hops up. Hang on, let's get back in let's get in the queue really quick, because I'm almost done showing off mounts here. Just give me a second. Yeah, I'm really fond of the look I've got for my mounts here. But yeah, no, this is for vertical areas. By the way, Guild Wars 2 has lots of vertical areas. It's not really useful here, because obviously this is just a big flat plane, but you can see why this would be extraordinarily useful. But it actually has something else, and I'm not sure I have a good place to show that off. I don't have that zone on this character. Let's get in the queue really quick here. There we go. Okay, in the queue. This might... oh, it's not going to be vertical enough. This might... it's... okay, so there's some... it's funny that I'm having trouble actually even showing this off. Let's try here. This might do it. Oh, Guild Wars 2 has its issues. Big issues. No. My mount, thank you. So, okay. So, it has this ability. Now, I'm not showing it off properly because it's really hard to describe, unless you've played Super Mario World. This is the cape. That's how it operates. And you can gain and lose height on it, and you can go really fast, really far, really well with this. The problem is you need height to start it, because you have to start with a dive. That's the downside of this mount. But it's really cool when you get enough height to really get it going. And again, you can just kind of do this, and you notice I can actually continue to keep my height a little bit. I will slowly lose it, but I can maintain it for quite a while. But this is the pseudo mount. Pseudo flying mount. This is the actual flying mount, the one I started off with. This one is just plain old flying, right? Well, no. The amount of height you can go up is actually somewhat limited, and you see you start losing altitude as soon as you do that. So that's the catch. You don't actually have... here, I'll just go straight vertical, and you can see right there, I've hit my cap. So now I can hover here, but as soon as I start to move, I will lose altitude, as you can see me doing right now. And you might think, well, hold on, like, how do you go around that? Well, this mount has an ability to grip to the wall. And if you do, you actually regain height. So you probably can't see it, but on the bottom of my bar, it's my green bar. That's my height bar. That's how much verticality I can get. So with this, you can climb up vertical things and actually be able to scale things, right? And there's other things you can do with this too, but this is the all-around mount. This is how you get around vertical areas. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 certainly has some spaghetti code still going on. I'll go back to where I was. Oh yeah, they added this. This is actually a cool thing. To be able to navigate the map better. Back here. I mean, in fairness, I've got FF14 and Guild Wars 2 up at the same time, but, you know. Although, actually, it looks like it's not capturing it properly, because I don't have any frame drop on my end. So that might be an OBS problem. I'll have to keep that in mind for when I stream this. Anyways. I could show off Guardian, but it looks like I've finally gotten back in, so... Back to the game! Alright. Ham! Blah, blah, blah. We've already seen all this. So vanilla Guild Wars 2 is the worst, Omega Legion. But it gets better literally consistently. Every single Living World season and expansion has been better than the previous. That includes the expansion that just came out, by the way. So blah, 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 blah. We cannot condemn him if he's innocent. Okay. We must also keep in mind this incident will have repercussions that will extend beyond the Scholasticate. Distrust of our church has never been so high. If we were to expel either one of our prefects, both of whom have strong ties to houses of mail, we will lose credibility our establishment still has in the eyes of its citizens. To this end, I propose an alternative plan. We make full disclosure of this scandal to the public, together with the announcement that St. Endelim's Scholasticate will be temporarily closed. It is past time we pushed for full reformation of the school and its curriculum. There it is, the confession I've been waiting for. Yes, this game has skippable cutscenes, Speaker. Confession. Master Briarden, explain yourself. He just confessed it. From the start, I had suspicions that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Someone who had secured a high enough position in the clergy to manipulate the students and the system. I poured through records, closely examining any who fit the description. It was no easy task, but I finally found what I was searching for, and combined with the confession we obtained from Le Bessois, I was able to uncover the true culprit. I speak of you, Saturn, and I do not call you father, for you are no priest. The documents admitting you into your current position were all forged. You manipulated Le Bessois into carrying out what you yourself could not. You stirred up discord among the students, fomented the people's distrust of the clergy, in the hope of creating an even greater rift between the people of Ishgard and the clergy, in hopes of seeing the Scholasticate closed once and for all. I don't understand. Why would Father Saturn seek to ruin the Scholasticate? The answer to that would lie in his past. Over a decade ago, Saturn graduated top of his class, welcomed into the ranks of the Holy See. It was there he was assigned work as an expurgator. Expurgator? What are you talking about? I've never heard of such a post. Yeah. I would be more surprised if you had. Her holy body of decency, a sector that is comprised of few select individuals, is perhaps the best kept of Ishgard's many secrets. Its existence is known only to a handful of people besides the Archbishop himself. I am impressed, Master Briarden. It would seem your reputation is well deserved. Though I must correct you on one account. I am no expurgator, but rather one of the watchmen consigned to guard them. That said, we shared a similar fate. Both expurgator and watchmen alike were struck from official records and confined in the bowels of the Holy See, damned to live out our lives in the shadows of pallid husks of men and women we could have been, all so that someday we might fulfill one task. Where written records were deemed too dangerous, expurgators would serve as living documents, orally passing down our nation's greatest secrets. When the time came for the Archbishop's successor to the throne, we would briefly emerge from our isolation to pass from our mouths to their ears all we knew of Ishgard, before sinking back into obscurity. Of course, no highborn man or woman could be condemned to this fate. No, that was a destiny reserved for commoners. Orphans with no ties to the world above. Seven hells, if the truth hadn't come to light, Theo and I. Men and women forced to sacrifice their lives that our nation's darkest secrets be preserved? I could scarce believe my ears. I know, who would believe Ishgard would do that? Father Saturn, the friend you spoke of. Yes, he was an expurgator. Such anguish did his duties cause him that he chose death over that wretched excuse of a life. And while a new era is upon us, one that does not condemn the innocent to life of despair for the sake of one man, that does not undo the injustice of 1,000 years. It was to right the wrongs of the past I escaped that foul dungeon, made my way back to the place where it all began, this twisted institution. The place responsible for stealing the bright futures of young orphans needs to be closed down for good. Father Saturn, your actions are heinous, and I can no way condone them. That said, if there is truth to what you say, perhaps it would be best if we suspend lessons until we can reach consensus on how to proceed. But, Headmistress, would not closing down the Scholasticate be akin to evading our responsibility? Is it not our duty to speak? It is our duty to speak the truth, not bury it. For too long, the people have been fed naught but lies. It's time we took the initiative and gave them reason to put their faith in us once more. I must agree with Harry. As I have learned firsthand, we must take care never to abuse our power and privilege, lest we hurt the people closest to us. To keep silent would be to repeat the mistakes of the past. The only way we can move forward is to take responsibility for our actions and make earnest effort to those we have wronged. While we may never receive forgiveness, at least we can attempt to atone for any anguish we have caused to those that did not deserve it. If it's true that all men are born equal, as I've heard so many in this room preach time and again, then all are entitled to know the truth. Let us lead by example and freely share all we have learned today. That is a strategy, not necessarily a working one, but it is a strategy. Father Saturn, while I cannot pretend to understand your ordeal or soothe the fury that has taken hold in your heart, I promise you one thing. I swear on I swear on this copy of the Parables of Saint Denis that not you nor those who shared your fate will ever again be forgotten. Well, that was all kinds of messed up. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Omega Legion. Let's raise a human being who has no ties or acceptability, who no one will miss, who no one will care about. Give them the truth and lock them away until they're needed. God, that is awful. So, how many negatives are we... Okay, for real. How many positives are we thinking for this story arc? Obviously, good dialogue and good political intrigue. What are we thinking? This also feels like a bit like a now what kind of a story, interestingly. In a good way. Thank you for restoring peace. You've opened her eyes. Yeah, sure I have. I didn't do jack. I was just kind of here. Yep, I'm heading out. Peace! Better than Hildebrand. I agree with that. Not that that's saying much. There you are. I feared I might not be able to bid you a proper farewell before I left. On behalf of my uncle, allow me to thank you for all your hard work. There's still so much fighting and bickering going on. Could you stay a bit longer? I fear there are more pressing mysteries, not to mention a certain young lady in Ul'dah who awaits my return. Hey, continuity, that sucks. I don't want Hildebrand to be continuity. Tactless fools, the both of you. But I suppose you're nothing if not sincere, eh, Harry? Meanwhile, I'll admit that naivety is one of your more endearing traits, combined with the blunderings of the idiot beside you. It's like as not to bring the Scholasticate to ruin. That's why you need someone with extensive knowledge of the affairs of Ishgard, and proper connections to actually bring about the change you seek. Someone like me. Shut up, Draco. The words of a man looking to steal his way into dear Theo's heart. That's right. You've got competition. Ugh. Yes, all that's left is MSQ and optional dungeons. Sorry, I was typing up 3 positives to story. I thought it was pretty easy to define 3 there. Did you get your Steam thing fixed, by the way, Rax? How would I feel if they made the Warrior of Light into a character, which we discussed at length earlier, and that character is Hildebrand? I'd kill myself. In-universe, of course. It's easier to do. What you do is you fall to your death, don't release, and Alt F4 the game. I don't know what that is, Velvedrix. I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist. There we go. It's gone. And it's gone. Ugh. You know what? I'm actually going to skip that because I don't want to deal with whatever it is right now. God damn it. Stop moving the freaking bar. Ah, this goddamn game. I hate it so much. Okay, we're okay. Fine, I'll do the... God damn it. I'm never done. There's more quests. There's quests everywhere. Why are there quests everywhere? Oh god, there's a person who's doing quests. I must kill them. It's the only way to stop the quests. Okay, for real though. Is anybody on right now? Because if not, that's fine. But if people are on, I don't see anybody on in front of me, for example, so... So we've got Mr. Red and Bragwin. Hang on, so... I've got several classes I would like to actually try out, specifically. So what do we got here? We've got, I guess we can just start with Never Reap. So have you unlocked Never Reap, Lunate Roof? And you're a summoner, so I would have to be... I gotta jigsaw the character set up a little bit. So Mr. Red's here, obviously. So I'll go and grab Mr. Red. Oh, sure, it's too early for everyone else and it's too late for you. I see how it is in Mega Legion. I see how it is! You just don't want to group with me. Why don't you just tell me the truth? Let's see. Okay, yeah, me too, Biko. Oh my god. I actually did more of it off camera and then also on camera, because it just kept going! good. Very good. Purely for glamour? In this game? So, personally, the class that appeals to me most visually is Samurai, and in fact, this is the outfit I'm rather fond of it. Plus, a lot of the swords are very cool looking, so I happen to be rather fond of that. Especially when we look at it like this. But that's just me. There are other cool looking classes. Pretty much everyone but Astrologian. Astrologian looks so stupid that I had to use this as my transmog. It's really dark here. Hang on. Where... I guess it's just nighttime, and I can't fix that, can I? Hang on. Why can I not raise the sun? Get a little bit of light going on here. Just a little bit. Alright, so Astrologian class, their outfits suck. Urianje's outfit looks awful. I hated it. I actually wore it for a while. I haven't seen Sage yet, so I can't speak to that. Red Mage is very particular. You have to kind of be into Red Mage. And I actually can't show it off properly, can I? So, you have to be into Red Mage. It's Red Mage. It's really bright red, frock coat, and pointed hat kind of a thing. This is not what most Dragoon armor looks like. Most Dragoon armor looks more like this. As you can see by my helmet there, which is what I'm actually wearing. So if you like lots and lots of spikes, that's Dragoon. Monk is pretty basic. Like you do. Ninja's very ninja. Like you do. Scholar actually has, in my opinion, some of the best artifact gear in the game, but that's because it's just military uniforms. Warrior outfits look dumb. Paladin outfits look okay. This actually is a Dark Knight suit. It's okay. I don't like it that much, but I don't hate it. It's whatever. Also, you get giant swords, which you can do like this. So, you know, that's always cool. Dancer, even though it is my favorite class in the game, has awful cosmetics. Every Dancer outfit I've ever seen looks terrible. There's a reason why I'm wearing this as my transmog. Which, for those of you who don't remember, or don't actually recall this is actually a Garlean military uniform that I'm currently wearing as my transmog. Because, yeah, it looks fine on females. I'm not female. So... Machinist looks awesome. Just, I mean, look at it. Look at it. I suppose that would be my parents' fault, Omega Legion. So, Machinist looks cool. All the Machinist gear is pretty much like this. It's all kind of cowboy-y. This is probably the most cowboy-y, but they're all kind of leaning in this direction. The thing is, there's one big downside cosmetically for Machinist. The guns suck. I don't like almost any of the guns for Machinist. There's a reason I use this, which is actually the level 80 artifact weapon. Because I don't like most of the guns in this game, in my opinion. They're just... They look bad. Like, you remember how guns used to look in WoW? It's that problem. Anyways. Summoner. This is actually the Summoner outfit right here. I don't like the horns. The outfits are okay, I guess. I don't really think this looks good or bad. The books are neat. I do like the Summoner books. Let's just read from my flaming tome here. Bard. I don't have a Bard outfit on. Hang on, I can switch that really quick. I'll show you Bard. Bard. I know I have a Bard thing. Oh my god, why can't I label these? There we go. There we go. They all kind of look like this. Bard kind of has a vibe to it. It looks like an elf hunter. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. It's cool. It's just that's kind of the vibe they've got going on, you know. You're a hunter. That's how it is. Black Mage. Well, Black Mage. This actually is a Black Mage outfit, the one I'm about to show you here. Black Mage tends to look like this. I don't like Black Mage outfits in this game, personally. I like the casting stance. And I enjoy Black Mage a little bit better now that I finally have, whatever it is. That, oh yeah, Blizzard 4 and Fire 4. That really helps out. Let's see. Is that everything? Did I catch everything? Oh yeah, there's Gunbreaker, which looks badass. But you can't see that right now. White Mage. So, I actually do have a White Mage transmog. White Mage looks exactly how you'd imagine it does. It looks like a White Mage. It's white with red highlights. That's White Mage. It's always been White Mage. All the White Mage outfits look like white with red highlights. Let's see. What else? Reaper, I don't know what they look like yet. This is actually the Reaper outfit. I hate it. It looks... I hate this outfit. Like, what is with this overly long... Like, look at my shirt. Look at this thing. This I feel like I'm wearing two halves of shirts that I just happen to connect to each other. The scythes, however, all look cool. Every scythe I've seen looks cool, so make of that what you will. Oh, do they? I wonder if I could... partially apply? Nice! Oh, that's much better. Check it out. I'm badass again. Behold. But yeah, the sides actually do look pretty cool. Legit. Oh, you can see mine actually glows when I pull it out. This is the level 90 scythe. I forget what it's called. Shunk. I think that's everything, except for Blue Mage, which looks like this. I will destroy you all. No one will survive me. While I eat pizza. This is the Blue Mage animation, which really says all you need to know about Blue Mage. So I'm gonna answer some questions. Some questions have queued up while we wait on Rax or Lunarith here. Okay, so Pika says, how's Heavensward? Pretty good. The gameplay has gone way down, but that's because we did a lot of side quests which were actually worse than ARRs, which is really sad. Oh, Monk, yeah, sure. Hang on, Monk. Hang on. Let me glamour up. There you go. There's Monk. It looks like a monk. Let's see here. Omega Legion says, when you review Guild Wars 2, will you ding it for the removal of Season 1? It's a good question. I haven't thought about that specifically. So, we haven't really established a cut content precedent yet. Oh, you're fine, Lunarith. I'm waiting on Rax. I suppose we would have to decide when we get there how many negatives we give it. Because it's always going to depend on the specifics, right? You know, the loss of the Battle for the Undercity, for example, is a huge loss to Warcraft's story. But the loss of Season 1 is a big loss, but at the same time, Season 1 actually sucked. So it's kind of weird, right? Like, we're going to have to debate exactly how we've gauged that based on thing. I need to scooch more to the middle of you, too. There we go. So, maybe a little better. Oh, I'm covered up. There we go. So it'll depend. I think it will probably be at least a negative. Because, again, it's lost content. You cannot do it anymore. Kind of? Very kind of. Like, there's actually a way to do Season 1, and it's stupid. And I'm not even going to tell you about it, because it's this whole thing. But, yeah, we're probably going to at least give one negative to gameplay for literally removing content permanently from the game. Possibly one to story because of how little context you have. Going straight from defeating Zaitan, which is optional, by the way, straight into Season 2. So, it's kind of debatable. We'll have to do that as a case-by-case, because most MMOs we will cover have lost content. Star Trek Online has lost content. Guild Wars 2 has lost content. World of Warcraft has lost content. FF14 kind of has, but not really. Like, there is some content that isn't there anymore. It's just kind of whatever. So Tim says, which area or location would benefit most from better lighting? In this game? Oh, geez, that's actually a tough question. Everywhere in ARR. ARR in general actually has what I would call bad lighting design. Areas are too murky, and there's not enough distinguishment between what is dark, what is light. Light sources barely illuminate things. It's just bad lighting design all around. Disco says, is Dragoon armor spiky so it'll mess up the dragon's gullet? Yes, actually, that is actually canon. Pika says, how does the game compare to WoW? It doesn't. I bring up WoW a lot, and I do it on purpose, because it is a good baseline for comparison, for the same reason I bring up Star Trek often, and many other things. The thing is, though, this game really, really does not compare to WoW. Even the things in which this game has a vague sort of connection to WoW, it doesn't really. Most of the times I will bring it up to compare the contrasting design philosophies. Whoops. Covering Mr. Red's face there. That doesn't work. There we go. That works. And if you're paying attention to the way I said that, the main reason I've been bringing WoW up is because of how different it is from 14. Because the core design philosophies of the two games are fundamentally different. Classic Game Lover says, same question about class looks but Final Fantasy Tactics. Which FF Tactics class looks best? Give me a moment. FFT classes. I'll pull up some pictures right now. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it! I have a feeling it's going to be Samurai, though. Okay, here we go. Here's all the images. Knight looks cool right off the bat. Dragoon looks cool. No surprise there. Actually, Samurai doesn't look that cool. I was apparently thinking of Ninja. Ninja looks cool. Dancer looks cool. Bard looks cool. Dark Knight looks cool. And that's it. There you go. And yeah, sorry, I was looking specifically at the sprites. The portraits are... is Knights of the Old Republic a good MMO? No, but... Wait, sorry. Yes, sorry. Wow, I've never heard it called that. Tor... The Old Republic, which is the name of the game, is an MMO. Whether it's good or bad, that's a good question. I hope to review it someday. I enjoy Tor for what it is. It actually has very, very good ideas on the story axis. And honestly, this is going to sound so heretical. In several ways, Tor is my favorite Star Wars story. And I mean that. It's my favorite look at several aspects of Star Wars as a setting. And I do mean that sincerely. That's not joking. That's not memeing. I'm not trying to troll anyone. Tor has done so much right. It's just such a shame because it also does a lot very, very wrong. And yeah, gameplay-wise, Tor is awful. Just the worst. It's not the worst MMO I've ever played from a gameplay perspective because I've played Bronze Age MMOs, but it's bad. It's so bad. Okay, I'd like to do, if it's okay, I'd like to do the DPS classes first, which is many of them. I'd like to try out Summoner, Black Mage, Ninja, and Dragoon. So if I could get a DPS slot for like the first 4, that'd be awesome, please. That means I will need a healer and a tank, though. I will eventually want to do Scholar, so I'll be able to heal one of these. We'll do Summoner first. Yeah, let's go ahead and glamour up. Doing this. Actually, let's just get rid of the hat. Whatever. I don't care that much about Summoner. Yeah, I don't remember which one this is. I'm sure I've done it before. I just don't remember. We're actually going to have Treadworm, so this will be fun. Okay. Quick ready check. Make sure we're going Mime or Mini or whatever it is. Boop, boop. There we go. It's cool. Over to Dungeons. Thank you all again for joining me for this, by the way. I really appreciate it. We're probably only going to get... I just noticed the time. We're only going to get one in before I have to break for lunch. But that's better than nothing. Let's do it. Boom! Oh, I remember this one. I remember this one. The first boss is a Moogle. Good night, Omega Legion. I hope so, too. Star Trek Online is an MMO that does many things right and is an old... Which one's this one, then? Maybe I don't remember this one. The Star Trek Online is an enjoyable MMO. It's harder to call it good. Because, God, it has so many issues. I'm trying to raise the score, not lower it. Alright, whatever. Let's see how this works out. Someone hasn't done this duty yet. Okay, sure. This... I don't think I've ever gotten this in a roulette. I'm sure I've done this. I haven't unlocked. Yeah, why are we here? Oh, hang on. 14, never reap. Okay. Look at this. Yeah, I was hoping the dungeons, especially the upcoming ones in the MSQ, would really be able to drag the score up a bit, but this doesn't look promising. Let's see. Sanu Vanu, chief of the Zundu, faces a tempestuous predicament. Already facing an upwind battle to... hit buttons. There we go. Already facing a tempestuous battle. Okay, that's ruin. Let's just that. Sorry, my rotation's changed a little bit. It's part of why I wanted to try out Summoner here. Already facing an upwind battle to shelter his people from the warlike Vundu, his mask, the traditional symbol of power in Vanu Vanu society, has grown old and worn. Should it crack, and his authority with it, the peaceful tribe would be forced to stave off the upcoming storm. Venture into Neverreap, the sacred isle of the Vanu that has been overrun by the Vundu and the vicious beasts in their thrall, and emerged with the scale of a mighty Wakion, that the sun might shine on the Zundu once more. Okay. I remember liking Gooble hard, and the other one, which I don't remember the name of. We'll see what we think of it as we go through, I suppose. So the best MMO is FF14. I imagine there are people who would answer that, yes, Pika, but I've only really reviewed the one so far, so I can't answer that myself. That being said, if you put a gun to my head right now and said, which is better, WoW or FF14, I would say, pass. And I mean that. You really are asking me to compare two things that are so fundamentally different that I just can't actually compare them in such a linear fashion. Eventually we will, that's the nature of the reviews, but saying which one is better is such a vague and generic question that I'm not sure what I can do with that. But of course I know that's what people want. They want the generic, which one has the higher golden number score. And we'll get there eventually. We will eventually review WoW, and then we will eventually review all of FF14. And then we'll have numbers, and then you can look at the golden numbers and decide for yourself. But, because it is my job to try and give meaningful, worthwhile answers, let's say for a moment that you absolutely put a gun to my head and said, alright, lore. Compare the two directly. WoW is better in gameplay. That's the end. There is, in my opinion, there is no arguing this. WoW simply has superior gameplay mechanics and systems in so many different ways. That's the end of that. However, FF14 has a substantially better told story. That's not to say FF14 has bad gameplay, and it's not to say WoW has bad story. It's just, that is very clearly where the two MMOs have been focusing their time and attention on. Let me give you a little bit of a story. This is a real story. I actually do want to share this because this is relevant. So I was doing some math recently, because I realized that there's something about Guild Wars 2 which is probably going to be a negative when we get there. One of the things I talk about a lot, and if anybody wants to stop polling and then tell me how stupid I am in party, you're welcome to do so, because I am reading chat, I swear. But you should probably keep healing Mr. Red, though. I don't want him to die. I mean, I kind of do, but, you know, only on the Hildebrand stuff. Thank you, Rex. Okay, so... God damn it. This is like the worst path of this frickin' whirlwind. Oh my god. I'm just gonna go over here. Screw this nonsense. Guild Wars 2 has a build problem. Now, Guild Wars 2... I will never be on this rock! What I mean by that is, let's take one class in Guild Wars 2. Warrior. Now, obviously, that's not how that works in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 2, each class has lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of builds for it. It's the nature of the game. Guild Wars 2 is very big on build gameplay. Cool? So your weapon, your equipment, your stat focus, your secondaries, your talents, your path, your tree, just everything has a change on how your class plays. Now that's cool. I am in favor of build gameplay. You're waiting for the butt, and here it is. It's a big stinky butt, I'm afraid. Because the problem is Guild Wars 2's classes have way too much variance. So let's talk about numbers. We've talked before about how you don't actually want to... Oh, hello. Do I attack this? I don't actually remember how to do this. It's actually been a while. I don't remember this boss. Holy crap. Well, I've talked many times about build gameplay and the pluses and downsides for doing so. One of the biggest pluses is, hey, you get to play your way. But one of the biggest downsides is different builds are more or less feasible than other builds. And that's a problem, obviously. So, what you want is something that is reasonably feasible. What you want is minimal variance. That's the goal. You want as little variance as possible between the high end and the low end. Now, it's actually really easy to gauge sub numbers because all you need is a decent DPS parser, and you will actually be able to say, aha, this is how much damage someone who is brand new to the class, who's never played the class before, who has suboptimal questing gear, how much damage they could do on a specific fight, or even against a target dummy, versus how much damage someone who is at the high end of the game, who knows their class inside and out and knows exactly what they're doing can do, right? With these two numbers in mind, you can build a range, and that range is exactly how well balanced your game is. Now, to be very clear about this, you should not have those numbers be equal. That would actually be bad. That would discourage people from getting gear, that would discourage people from trying different builds, and it would discourage people from trying to get better at their class. You don't want everything equal. You just don't want too much of a variance. Does this all make sense? I know I'm explaining this terribly because I'm trying to pay attention to both my class and the boss while I'm doing this, but I hope I'm at least making a little bit of sense here. This is critical MMO design stuff right here. So, in Guild Wars 2, the variance between warrior DPS is gargantuan. So, there's two... I mentioned the two figures. There's actually a third figure. That's average. And average is exactly what it sounds like. It is the average amount of DPS an average player will averagely do. Another easy figure to figure out. An average Guild Wars 2 warrior build will put out roughly about 3,000 DPS. Okay, that's cool. A minimal build will do about 1,000. Okay, so that's already... Yes, exactly. Ignoring gear completely. Pure skill gap. That's already too much. The difference between someone who's terrible and someone who's average is already too big. But hang on, it gets much worse than that. Because someone who actually knows what they're doing does 36,000 damage per second. This is too big of a gap. And that is a problem. And it is a huge issue Guild Wars 2 is actually struggling with and has been for honestly years now. Because the gap is just gargantuan in terms of what builds are feasible where and how. Now, you're probably thinking, well, how could you possibly balance around that? Well, this is where WoW comes into the equation. Because, like it or not, of all the terrible, terrible things WoW has done gameplay-wise, and I've complained about many mightily, the harsh reality is that WoW does gameplay balance very, very well. You know what the DPS gap is in WoW? 500 DPS. That's the gap. I'm not making that up. I should probably give you some figures for that. So let me actually use more specific numbers. So in Guild Wars 2, the gap is a factor of 6. 6 times damage. Whereas in WoW, it's 1.5 times damage. And yeah, I was actually about to bring up FF14 as well, which I believe has like a 1.8 times as of my last checking, which was last night when I was researching all this crap. So both FF14 and WoW are very balanced. That, again, you want there to be a range, but you don't want it to be that huge. So having 1.5 to about 2 times damage range, that's cool, and I'm actually with that. And in my honest professional opinion, that's a good range. And this is why I bring this up. Oh, wow, people are dead. With regards to... Nope. Gonna just die. There we go. And that's why I bring that up, is because you do want there to be a range. It needs to be there, but you need to manage it. And it's really just shocking, because what it does is it discourages build gameplay. Like, if you're playing a warrior in Guild Wars 2, there are some builds which just so demonstrably do so much worse than other builds because they're not balanced. Even a truly excellent player doing the best they possibly could at something like a warrior in Guild Wars 2, in a I don't know, two-handed sword, I forget what it's called, Spellbreaker spec, is only gonna, their cap is so low that an idiot who's never played Guild Wars 2 before, like me, no, that's a bad example, because I always play Guild Wars. Rax, who has never played Guild Wars 2 before, could probably do about 20,000 DPS. In other words, way, way, way more than that, simply by virtue of playing the right build. And that's wrong. That should not be a thing. Hello? How necessary is that kind of damage? This is one of the reasons Guild Wars 2 gets away with that gap. One of the reasons why you probably don't hear about it all that much. The problem is that's going to kill Mr. Red. Ugh, Jesus. The problem here is that Guild Wars 2 gets away with... Oh, yeah, there it goes. Because of the fact that so much of its content does not require you to be trying, for lack of a better way to put it. So let's use FF14 terminology for a second. Imagine, if you will, for just a moment, that in FF14, you do not actually have to do... There's no content other than just the normal stuff, right? The stuff that everyone queues for. Imagine that's the high end. You're good, because nobody cares, because whatever, right? Here's the problem. That's not the only content in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 does have high-end content. It has Dragon Strike missions, it has fractals, it has raids, and it has the high-end metas, the events. All of those require you to actually be doing your job properly. Yeah, these things suck. I'm trying to kill this as fast as I can here, just to accomplish something before I die. Oh, damn it. Quick, Bragwin, finish it off! Finish it off! Okay, there, we did something. Whew, good job. So it's a similar situation to FF14. There is high-end content, of course, and then there's normal content. So while Guild Wars 2 will absolutely be dinged for this balance problem, because it is a huge balance problem, I don't think it'll be dinged as badly because most of the content doesn't care. One of the things that really brought this to light is the recent... is the recent meta, the recent event, which is part of the new expansion, which is designed to be high-end content. It is the final boss of Guild Wars 2, narratively speaking. So, yeah, it's designed to be exactly as hard as that should be, and I agree with that, but you see why this is becoming a problem. Some of you who follow any kind of Guild Wars 2 news may be aware that lots and lots of people are complaining about that meta, and this is why, because it's the first time most players have suddenly been forced to do hard content as part of the MSQ. And I have a perfect analogy for this for FF14. Coils. Imagine going straight from the fight against Ultima Weapon into Coils. And that's pretty much exactly what's happening. And when I say Coils, I mean third turn, to be very clear about that. Like the really mean stuff. So, you know, I love Guild Wars too, but it does things wrong as well. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and look at some questions here. QA questions. What do we got? What do we got? Let's see. Will the reviews from now on use numbers instead of tallies? No, that's just for MMOs. And just because the sheer number of numbers involved. Does FF14 compare closer to WoW or other FFs? Other FFs. Easy question. I'm pretty sure Rax would agree with me on that, even though he hasn't played WoW. Because this is a Final Fantasy game. That is at its core what we're playing right here. There are some detriments to that, I'm not going to lie about it. But this is an FF game. And I'm with it. I absolutely agree with them adhering to that core ideology. Why are these not dead yet? Oh my god, die! Is my TPS that bad? I wouldn't know. I don't use things. But, you know, this is a single-player RPG in the skin of MMO. You can occasionally do stuff with friends, which is fun, like this right here. But this is primarily a single-player RPG. The problem I just talked about, Pika, is relevant as of today. So... I don't remember this boss at all, so... Which FF does FF14 most compare to? That's a good question. Rax, when you're not healing... Or actually, just chew on that and give me an answer when you're done with it. Everyone else, I'm going to ask everyone else that question, too. Which FF do you think this most compares to? Other than 11, because 11 doesn't count? I'm going to go over here. I don't know what to do with that. Okay, so it's a oh, right. Pull him out. Pull him out. I remember this. Out of the thing. Over to here. Tactics. I could see that. I was going to say 12, honestly. Good and bad. Great story. That one is terrible. I'll get the totem. Maybe. Hey, Primarch. Are neither of these dots? Neither of these are dots. That's weird. I guess I don't have any dots anymore. Oh, that's... Yeah, I was just expecting that. That's cool. We can do this. We can do this. We have the power. Don't be fancy. Just get him out. Ah, I missed 3. Wow. That's okay. It was inevitable. 5? Yeah, I could totally see the 5 vibes here. Absolutely. Brings me back to that whole should this game have cross-classing thing question, which is just the eternal question for me. We've also probably never played a single-player game that's literally this large. This really hurts. Nope. I tried. I tried. Right, gotta resummon Carbuncle. Jesus, that dot! Oh, that thing hurts, too! God damn. Alright, so more questions. Let's see here. Which do I prefer, apples or oranges? Oranges. Assume that WoW has been forced to abandon its subscription model. I immediately quit and never go back into it. How would I monetize it instead? Oh god, it's my decision? That's like saying, alright, Lore, imagine that the United States just got nuked, like in Fallout, and now you're the President of the United States. That's a terrible question! Okay, so... Okay. if I was forced at literal gunpoint to come up with a failure financial model for a failure of an MMO, yeah, I mean, at that point, you're basically asking me, how would you like to sabotage it? It's like, well, what's the quickest way to kill that MMO? Suppose I would go with, I don't even know, honestly. They're all bad. They're all bad. Yeah, sorry, that bleed just shredded me, Rax. I was trying to heal through it, and that just wasn't happening. Honestly, I don't know if I call that boss fun. It's a good mechanic, but it's a little bit too simple. We'll see, though. I'm gonna be honest, so far, I think I'm leaning towards a positive for this dungeon, which is weird, but, you know, whatever. Wasps! I mean, the problem here, offshore Twitch account, is all of the other payment models sucked. Really? Like, they all suck. Every single one of them do. So, they all suck. That's it. It's pick your poison. Would you like to be shot in the foot, or shot in the hand, or shot in the face? Take your pick. The worst group I had in FF Dungeon. Oh, God. I actually told this story earlier, Robostall, but last week I was doing a roulette and got Balger's Wall, no spoilers, and they were the worst group I've ever had. I'm not going to repeat the whole story because that would take some time, but trust me when I say it was the worst group I have ever seen in this game. DPS incapable of out-DPSing, you know, DPS checks, and tanks tanking the enemy in literally the worst position possible, while simultaneously having, like, just nobody doing any positioning right whatsoever. It was just so bad. You know, honestly, Disco, as weird as it may sound, if you put a gun to my head, so I'm going to finish answering the question. If you put a gun to my head and said, Lord, you have to pick the financial model, I would say, pay for it once. That is actually a financial model. It's what Guild Wars 1 was founded on, by the way, specifically. You pay for it, you own that expansion, that's it. That's the financial model. I don't have figures in front of me to know exactly how feasible that would be to maintain content updates, but it's the least horrible option of all the horrible options. So there you go. I'm liking Summoner so far. Doesn't have the utility I'd prefer, but it's got a nice loop to it. Maybe a lifetime sub gets you extra stuff. I could see that, yeah. No bonus currency thing, that's stupid. No microtransactions, that's stupid. Damn it, almost. Well, let's see. So, FF14 has chosen to use dialogue structure to further characterize its people. Yep. Do you think this is worth the price of readability? Yes, I do. For the same reason I think it was worthwhile in Dragon Quest. pay for patch instead of monthly. I mean, that feels a little bit too much like what Lotro does, but maybe. That's basically EverQuest. The original EverQuest at that point. For those of you who don't remember, EverQuest didn't do content patches. They did regular expansions, like every 6 months. There was another expansion which you pay for. So, it worked. The catch is EQ also had a sub fee. So maybe do a major patch kind of a thing. If I was to do that, I'll tell you right now. So let's use FF14 as an example. Let's assume for a moment that FF14 would charge for 6.1. Someone in chat, tell me really quick, what does 6.1 contain in terms of content? In non-spoilery terms, please. I swear there's a reason I'm asking this. Lots of crap. Okay, that doesn't help at all. I don't remember any of the patches of this game. That's why I need an example. Like, I've been here for patches in this game, and I don't remember what any of them had. Okay, 2 raids, MSQ. That, you know, we could stop right there. 2 raids and an MSQ chain. Okay, so. Okay. I don't remember this fight at all. This is who we're getting the scale from, I assume, so that the Vanu can reclaim their honor and their political clout. I had no memories of this. Oh yeah, Hildebrand. Okay, so this is going to sound absolutely bizarre, but hear me out for a second. You know what I would charge for 6.1? $5. So, assuming we were forced down to the model, obviously. Assuming the subscription was on, he put the gun to my head, and blah, blah. Assuming the whole scenario we've already laid out, I would charge $5 for that kind of an expansion. Or for that kind of patch, excuse me. Now, if you're wondering why, it's an economic certainty that a lot of business people are too stupid to understand. And yeah, I say that very deliberately. They're dumb. They're very dumb in how they tend to forget that this economic principle is. Because some people seem to think, well, we have to sell X number of, we have to sell it for X money, because that's the only way we could get our money back. And those people, okay, that feels like a knockback. Yep. It was a knockback. The point of the $5 price range, and this is actually, there's actually psychology that goes into this, is more people are willing to pay $5 for things than they are most other types of denominations. Lots of people will drop $5 on something. That means lots of people are willing to pay for that patch, which means lots of people are paying for that patch, which means you are making more money. Boom. Charge $60 for an expansion. What? Oh my god, you're right. She's gone. This was before, what's his freaking name? Before, Sephiroth, wasn't it? Wow. You're right, we need to make all the monies because we're stupid! Sorry. What I mean by that is we have a brain. Brain having engaged! Yep. Knock back. So that's how I do it. There you go. Answer given. Now, I think, looking at this dungeon, I'm curious of the opinions of the Peanut Gallery and my fellows who are actually doing it, of your thoughts on how good, bad, or in between it is. Don't study, Disco. Not right now, Rax. It's okay. Keep doing your thing. Trying to push out some numbers while I do it. See, I have the advantage of being able to talk. Yeah, this is never read. Yeah, I admit so, you know my opinion. The fall and removed from thing is always bad. At bare minimum, that is an aggregate negative. Bare minimum. Because that is so unacceptable on so many levels. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is literally the second time I've done this dungeon. Okay. Irritating. On several levels. You know how much I love bosses that have long invulnerability phases. This is gonna hurt, isn't it? Wow, that is such a tiny heal. You were not kidding. Alright, so I'm just gonna stand here for a second with my invincibility. There we go. Thank you. Back into it. I wanted to actually see it in action, US Import. And you're right, that was just a pathetic heal. Like, that's worse than the Paladin's heal, and I spit on the Paladin's heal. At least the Paladin's heal is frickin' situational, you know? That was just garbage. I didn't mean to hit that. That's a misclick, whatever. Whatever. There we go. On the plus side, I've got lots of good data about Summoner, so I appreciate y'all for helping me to DPS this. I will also say, I know we lost Bragwin, but I still think this boss has a little bit too much HP, and frankly, I think that of the second boss, too. The second boss definitely had too much HP, especially for a boss that had a straight-up invuln phase, like this one also does, by the way. So we've got two bosses with invuln phases, which is not great. We've got... lots of ads going on for a boss that has too much HP while we're on the subject. I guess that's me? Yeah, alright. Oh god, I don't have it in my bar. I don't have it in my bar! Shoot! Shoot! Let me break. Let me break. Let me break. Oh, he's invincible now. Damn it. Yeah, speaking of invuln faces. And then there's the knockback into the corpse pit. And then there's the awkwardness of carrying the totems, which honestly is just a gameplay issue that I don't think they can fix. Wait until this knocks me back. Yeah, I take it back. That dungeon kind of sucked. On the plus side, Summoner's awesome. Like, I actually really like Summoner at 60. But yeah, that's two bosses which are demonstrably bad. Trash, which is just kind of irritating, because wasps are not good trash. I'm sorry, but no. Yeah, I have drifted my opinion muchly downwards. Yikes. I am sorry. I was hoping for some gameplay positives for these dungeons, but yikes! So I'm going to break for lunch. Next, we're going to do Fractal Continuum next. And then St. Mosiane's Arboretum. And then Pharaoh's Sirius hard, then Lost City hard, then Hullbreaker hard, then Great Gooble hard, then Somal hard. For anybody who wants to unlock any of that, to join us after we come back from the break. But first, I'm going to go ahead and jot down some stuff. And by that, I mean I'll be back in about an hour.